Congress come to order, and I will be asking our General Secretary, Tim Roach, to make a special announcement. Tim?
Good morning, Congress. This week we'll be celebrating our 100th Congress. And I didn't want nor anticipate this being the opening of Congress, and it seems that we say the words too often in our times, but I want to offer our thoughts and condolences to those murdered or injured in London last night, and to all those who died and continue to suffer in the aftermath of the Manchester attack and the Westminster attack before that. As a dad, a husband, a brother, a son, a friend and a colleague, I can't imagine the grief and loss of such a tragedy. I'm angry. I see such needless violence, and as so many of us do, we ask why. Why people do it? Why were those poor people in the wrong place at the wrong time? Why is this ever seen as a solution? It's at times like this, no matter our differences, we remember that we're all one race, the human race. As a Londoner, born and bred, who knows the streets that those attacks happened last night, it feels bloody close to home. But as always, we go on. And we thank those people who run into danger when the rest of us rightly run away. Our members, our fantastic emergency services. And we go on because that's how we win in the end. For our friends in North Western Irish region, London and Southern, we send our solidarity and offer of help to everyone who needs it. And while we remember those killed on our shores, we also send our thoughts to those killed in Kabul this week in the holy month of Ramadan. No innocent life is worth more than another. So can I ask Congress, please, that you stand for a minute's silence. Thank you.
Quite too close.
Yeah. Didn't they do well? Well done, Yorkshire. We will now have a short video starring Tim and others to be shown on the screen.
Sisters and brothers, welcome to GMB's 100th Congress! Hooray!
128 years ago our union was founded.
Imagine how our union founders would have felt if they had known so far away in 2017 the union they fought tooth and nail for would be having its 100th Congress.
In 1892, our very forefathers came to this town to hold their third Congress.
We stand on the shoulders of giants.
Plymouth now is a long way from Plymouth 1892, and not just for GMB Scotland delegates.
From a union of London gas workers to a national union of hundreds of thousands of school support staff, NHS staff, workers in local government, supermarket staff, we've come a long way.
Never forgetting our roots, still organising in the energy industries in which our union was founded.
That first Congress was one that was described where everyone wanted to talk at once. Can you imagine Mary and Malcolm allowing that today?
But it was also one that set the guiding principles we must always adhere to.
A union led by members for our members.
Our first executive being directly elected from the conference floor.
Districts agreed to contribute to the wages of the national officials.
The union had a democratical mandate for national leadership.
A clear industrial direction.
To grow the union and deliver change for our people.
The foundations of a strong, powerful, fighting union were put into place under Will Thorne.
During this Congress, we're going to be celebrating our proud past and our even brighter future.
Because as much as things change, they stay the same.
Back then, working people faced being bullied because of their trade union activities.
They faced the fight for an 8-hour day.
For security and to be treated with dignity.
The fight continues.
It continues with new technology and different government. But the fight is the same. It's the fight for equality.
A fight to get a better lot in life for ourselves, our kids and our grandchildren.
A fight for fairness.
Justice, that's all we want. A fight to end exploitation.
To tackle the scourge of agency work.
To fight against cuts to our services and for our care workers.
To give everyone dignity in old age.
Our proud past is why we have a bright future.
It's why we're here.
That's why we are the GMB.
Welcome to Congress, everyone. Let's make it the best yet.
Okay, well done. We're all joining equity. Can I ask you to indulge for just 2 minutes while Mary sorts out? Ida. Okay, thank you. can I ask all delegates, including you, Mary Turner, to make sure that all your credentials are on at all times because of the security. It's extremely important, and I know that you'll abide by it. So, Steve, I need credentials. Congress, together with my Vice President Malcolm Sage and my General Secretary Tim Roach, we would like to welcome you all to our 100th GMB Congress. Welcome to Warren Kenny, London Regional Secretary, and I would like to wish Dougie Henry and Steve Peller a speedy recovery. On the Pellercraft stall there will be a card for Steve. So he is a good friend of the GMB, so I would all like you to sign it and give him some hope. We will miss him and his wife this week. We'd like to welcome some special guests and visitors who have joined us. Paul Kenny, our ex-General Secretary. Welcome, Paul. Still playing ruddy tricks. Oh, he's become a farmer now. Still playing tricks when he rings me. Alan Garley, it's good to see you, Alan. Is Alan here? I hope you got your phone to your ear. Eddie Warlow, Richard Askew, and of course, a warm welcome to our verbatim shorthand writers, Phyllis Hilder and Michael Tier, who how the hell they understand everybody, I just don't know. But there we are, they do. You will find details of the fire and evacuation procedures on page 6 in the Congress Guide. Please take time to look at these and familiarise yourself with the nearest exit. Just think you're on a plane, that one there and that one there. This is very, very important. If a venue manager comes onto the stage, it will be to announce an evacuation procedure, and please, please listen carefully. Congress falls during Ramadan. We have allocated the dressing room behind the stage for use as prayer room. We have not had any requests for signers this year. I should have put mine in, but if you require any assistance, please go to the information desk. Firstly, could I extend a warm welcome to all delegates and visitors for the first time. If you are due to speak, we have some changes this year. Please show your credentials when you come to the desk in front of the rostrum so that your name can be shown on the screen. Also, say your name, your region, for the verbatim record. Mention if you are a first-time speaker. Could I remind all delegates that all congresses are transmitted live on GMB Congress TV. This means that your speech will be shown live over the internet through the GMB national website. So please don't use any inappropriate language. I'm exempt. Any or verbal attacks, and I mean this sincerely, on our GMB staff who do not have the right of reply at the Congress. Finally, you will be aware that Congress has had to be shortened this year. Please listen carefully to my announcements or Malcolm's. Where changes are expected, I will try to give delegates advanced warning. Could I say there is one change? I was finishing, which you agreed, at lunchtime, but I'm afraid I will be staying on for the first debate, where I have to award our delegates their President's Award. I think that it's only right that I give them the respect that they deserve. Those of you able to stand, please rise as a mark of respect for our departed GMB colleagues. Names will be shown on the screen and listed in the Congress Guide. Additional names not on the printed list are the obituary list is shown on the screen. Congress, we also include all those who have been murdered through London and around the world and their families injured in this. The names of all regions and tellers are on the screen. Thank you. Thank you, Congress.
I just need to move this down ever so slightly. Is that okay? You're just having problems with it. That's
Is it?
all.
Congress. Congress, the names of all regional tellers are on the screen. Will all tellers must remain in the hall while Congress is in session, and delegates must be in their allotted seats when a vote is taken. Could I welcome the General Member's Auditor, who will be supervising the counting of votes, John Swainson of the Northern Region. And to see if you are eligible to vote, please look down at your Congress credentials. If it says the word delegate on it, then you can vote. All others in the hall are not eligible to vote.
Okay, before I do call Malcolm, it's only right that we add someone who's been a very great friend, who has also not mentioned in the list, Steve Pickering, who was our previous, or last Assistant General Secretary. Steve and I worked together very closely in the Labour Party, so we were extremely sorry to hear of his sudden death on his long boat, narrow boat, as we used to laugh. And the other person is Jo Cox. Jo, who was murdered in an attack doing her job in the surgery. Jo's husband will be here this afternoon, and we welcome him and to show our respect. They were included in the obituary. So can I thank you all? Now, Malcolm, it is over to you.
No, we've done that bit, Mary. It's back to you.
No, is it?
Helen Johnson.
Oh. Helen, are you here? You are. Oh, good. Could I congratulate Helen Johnson on her election as chair of the Standing Orders Committee for the 10th year. Well done, Helen.
Thank you, Mary. President Congress, Helen Johnson, Midland and East Coast Region, Standing Orders Committee Chair, formally moving SOC Report Number 1. President Congress, you will find a copy of SOC Report Number 1 in your final agenda, starting at page 20. This is revised due to the time constraints this year. I formally move adoption of that report, and in doing so, the SOC would like to thank the delegates and their regional secretaries for agreeing the 26 composite motions, which also appear in your final agenda, starting at page 98. Would colleagues also please note the long-standing guidelines for Congress business on page 16 of your final agenda. This will help all of you, especially new delegates, in understanding the procedures and the guidelines that the President and the SOC work to. Colleagues, we've been advised that the only nominations received for the President and Vice President were for the incumbents Mary Turner as President and Malcolm Sage as Vice President. Therefore, it gives me great pleasure to announce that they are elected unopposed and there is no need for an election procedure as set out in our report. I'm sure that delegates will join me in congratulating Mary and Malcolm.
You colleagues, we do really appreciate it, Malcolm and I, and we'll do all we can to make sure all our issues are raised wherever we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Withdrawn motions. The SOC has been informed of 22 motions and 2 rule amendments that have been withdrawn. For ease, I'll go through these region by region. London Region have withdrawn motion 18, 115, 274 and rule amendments 397 and 401. Midland and East Coast Region have withdrawn 147, 252 and 316. Northern Region have withdrawn 110, 148, 166, 167, 251, 255, 257, 260, 262, 266 and 267. GMB Scotland have withdrawn 256, Southern have withdrawn 113, Wales and South West have withdrawn 108 and 249, and Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region have withdrawn 120. Existing policy motions. President Congress, in accordance with Congress decisions adopted since 2008, the SOC is recommending that motions which are existing policy are endorsed by Congress without the need for debate, following advice from the CEC on the particular motions in question. The existing policy motions are listed in the SOC report number 1 at page 21 of your final agenda. You may also find it helpful to refer to the detailed report from the CEC, which is at page 117 of the final agenda. The letters EP appear by the side of each such motion in the final agenda. Motions out of order. The SOC has ruled that there are 4 motions dealing with GMB contributions that are out of order for debate. This is because amendments would be required to the relevant rules to achieve their objectives, and none have been submitted. These motions are Motion 40, Family Membership Discount, Motion 41, GMB Family Membership for Foster Carers, Motion 42, Community Membership, and Motion 44, Contribution Rates. The SOC has also ruled that there are 2 rule amendments dealing with the creation of new branch officer positions that are also out of order for debate because they require additional amendments to the relevant rules in order to give effect to them. None of these rule amendments have been submitted. These are Rule Amendment 391 and 392. Finally, Congress, I turn to our recommendations for speakers' times as set out in SOC Report number 1 at page 20 of your final agenda. Colleagues, of course the Standing Orders Committee appreciates the problems that delegates will face in squeezing their speeches into the shorter available times at this Congress. I do stress that these times are for this Congress only. We have been told that there will be no outside speakers, which will free up time for delegates. We have also had a helpful discussion with the President and Vice President, and in the light of this, we are moving our first report subject to a qualification. As printed in the final agenda, our report proposes that there should be no seconder or other speaker in support of a motion that the CEC is supporting without qualification. However, as regards to the composites, the SOC recognises that in agreeing the 26 composites, regions have given up their ability to move and to second their own motion as a standalone. In the interests of fairness, the SOC proposes that each of the regions involved in each of the composites should still have the opportunity to second or speak to the composite motion if they so wish. The SOC respectfully asks that the regions concerned speak only once to each composite and adhere to the time limits of up to 3 minutes for the mover and up to 2 minutes for any other speaker. President, Congress, with this qualification I've outlined regarding composite motions, I formally move adoption of SOC Report number 1.
Helen, very much. I haven't said a word yet, so whose hand is up? Show me the rogue. Okay, I'll deal with you later. Is there any delegate who wishes to speak on any of the SOC's recommendation? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Come on in. Can you please come to the front?
President, Congress, Martin Foster, London Region. I'd just like to make a point on a withdrawn motion 184. The motion was around using precepts, councils using local government precepts to fund social care. The branch did, in good faith, withdraw this motion in March. It drew it on the basis that the CEC deemed it as existing policy, quoting 2 motions of 2013 and 1 of 2016. I just want to make a point that the 2 motions in 2016 preceded the introduction of precepts which came into force in 2015. I've also checked the motion in 2016, and again, that motion does not mention anything to do with precepts whatsoever. Therefore, I would like the SOC to have a look at that. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Martin. Jan.
Jan Smith, London Region, Congress. I'm asking the COC to re-look at Rule Amendment 391. President, Congress, I ask you, where do consequential rule amendments come from? I've been coming to this Congress for many years, and on rule amendments, I've never ever heard where we've had to, from branches, to refer, which is known as now consequential other rules within the rule book. Are we, as branches, expected when we make an amendment or move to make a further amendment to a rule, to go through every rule in the rule book to see whether that reflects to? No, we are not. And Congress, I ask Standing Orders to relook at this, and that resolution, Rule Amendment 391, goes forward, asking to add 2 additional clause to Rule 38, whereby we ask for a retired members officer within the branches to promote the retired members as people. We need that people to promote the GMB. I move.
Thank you, Jan. Anyone else? Helen?
President Congress, in relation to which I believe the last lady, it should have been 392. Sorry, I'm doing a Mary.
Help?
I've been learning from you, Mary, and getting my papers in the wrong order.
Don't blame me.
Thank you, Barry. President Congress, in relation to Rule Amendment 392, this Rule Amendment seeks to establish the position of branch retired members officer by amending Rule 38. It would also require consequential amendments to Rules 18.2, 18.5 and 35.3 to give effect to its provision. There are no consequential rule amendments, so it is out of order at this Congress.
Thank you very much, Helen. And
with regard to the other gentleman who came up, all we can say on that point is we have been advised by the regional delegation that that motion has been withdrawn.
Martin, is that factual? No, Martin, you've made that point. Do you agree that the branch and the region have withdrawn that resolution? Yes, thank you very much, Martin. Much appreciated. Now, Jan, do you wish to challenge the SOCs? Yes, I wish that. Well, come down here then, Jan, but I don't want a speech. I don't want a speech. I want the points.
Congress, I wish to challenge, and I did say 391, sorry, it's 392, that this motion goes ahead, because nowhere in any other years have we had to refer to I'll get my words right in a minute, other rules within the rule book. I move.
Jan, do you wish me to take a separate vote on that issue in the Standing Orders report? Yes. Okay, thank you.
President Congress, in reply, I ask you to support the Standing Orders report number 1 on the grounds that we have mentioned and that Rule Amendment 392, whilst fully appreciating what our colleague has said, this has always been the case.
Okay, thank you.
So therefore, I ask you to support Standing Orders report number 1.
Thank you, Helen. I will put that part of the report to Congress. All those in favour of London Region and Jan's proposal that she challenges the SOC Standing Orders report, as you know, we do have to have a rule amendment to go with any changes to our Congress. Those in favour, please show. Those against, that's lost. Congress accept that decision. I now put to the vote, and I will take a vote on the SOC report number 1. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Barry. Remember, these are the rules you have adopted for the conduct of Congress for the coming week. Can I ask my Vice President to take the chair? Malcolm?
Thank you, President. Congress, it gives me great pleasure to call on our President, Mary Turner, to address Congress.
I am going to try and walk to that rostrum, because I believe that's where I should speak to you from. my glasses. Congress, I can't tell you how delighted I am to be here. As many of you might know, it's not been an easy year. I've been a cat, like a cat with 9 lives. Only got 5 left now. But first, can I thank my region, Warren Kenny, and all the support staff for they have given me through my long illness, and all those who have taken the time to ring me and ask me how I am, and plus all those who've decided to find my number and insult me, but then that goes with the trade. I would like a special thank you to Tim. Tim, thank you for all the support you have given me and for visiting me in hospital, at my home, and a special thanks to Malcolm, my Vice President, for holding the fort. You know, he's one great guy, and I do thank you sincerely. And it would be amiss of me if I didn't thank the regions, of every single one of them have inquired. I've had calls from people that I've disagreed with on this platform, but they have rung me, and I do appreciate all what I've been given. But while I might not be as steady on my feet today, you can bet your bottom dollar I'll be steady in keeping Congress moving. So you'd better all behave yourselves. You all know that if you cut me, I bleed GMB. Our union runs through me like a stick of rock. I'm so proud to be welcoming you all to our 100th Congress. And before anyone says it, no, I wasn't there for the first one. We've come a hell of a long way as a union. There has been good times and tough times, but our GMB family will always stick together. We're meeting this week at a shortened Congress because there is a general election. And this is the second time since I've been involved with the union that has happened. It's sad for the new delegates who have been looking forward to coming. Now is the time more than ever to stick together, because we need a Labour government on Thursday. No one but us will deliver that to support our movement. And our colleagues deserve that right, and our members. Out on the doorstep and speaking to people in our branches, we owe it to our members, the Tories who told you to buy your house on Right to Buy, now want to take it away if you care for people with dementia. How disgraceful can you get? Congress, they want to sell our NHS and saddle our young people with debt. They want to take food from our kids' bellies and lay off thousands of hard-working school catering staff and support staff this year. I was a dinner lady, and this union we fought to get healthy free school meals. Well, Mrs May, we'll fight you again. If we fought Thatcher on the milk snatcher, we'll fight you. And to add the 13 weeks that those who are rightly on free school meals do not get fed at all. This is a worrying, so we will be adding that, which we, this union, have raised this and were the first to do so. I can't believe how you treat those who live on the minimum wage and 0 hours. Landlords raising rents that we can't afford. It's the landlord you should be stopping. How dare you insult those who use food banks, who have to decide to feed their children and they go without. What a dilemma. Congress, I used to say that they would rob the eyes out of your head and then come back for the lashes. Well, they've just come, setting young against our senior citizens. This union has a view on our young members, and we have never lost it. This we raised for the first time. If you do the same work as anyone else, irrespective of your age, you should get the rate for the job. And we mean a living wage, not what is in the cart now. Why should you be penalised because of your age? I give you a promise, this union will fight until we achieve that goal for you. Now I come to, not a few insults, a few rights. The public service workers whose pay increases have been blocked at 1%. Well, Mrs. May, we don't want your praise. We work delivering services to the most vulnerable because we care. So stick your fine words where the sun doesn't shine. In other words, up your arse. Give us what we deserve, respect and a decent pay rise. And now the attack on carers who look after their loved ones, saving you millions over the years. Caring for dementia and Alzheimer's is a 24-hour, not an 8-hour day. Remember that. I have a great deal of feeling for anyone, irrespective of who they are, of getting this terrible, terrible disease. You intend to rob them of their homes and leave them without. How generous of you. And I'm praising them now. Oh, God. What will happen? Congress, they have told us they will give us 100,000, but we'll take the rest. Congress, we celebrate 100 Congresses today, and I'm proud to be in Plymouth. We have achieved a lot over the years. 8-hour day, minimum wage, fighting to save our NHS. We were the first to raise issues on the mis-selling of pensions, the crisis in care homes, first to highlight those who have raided company pension schemes. Congress, first to raise the issue on the thieving landlords who have robbed so many people. We have now finally got a commitment to have an inquiry on the justice of Camberlaird, and for 34 years we have fought this issue. And can I thank sincerely, and I was there, thank the Liverpool, North Wales and Irish region, and Eddie, you have done well. And we will make sure that that inquiry, irrespective, takes place. So well done to you and this union. And may I make a special to Kathleen Walker-Shaw, who ran our Brussels office, who has done a great deal to help. And Kath Spate and I, between us, moved that it's in the manifesto of the Labour Party. And it's people, I want to thank each and every one of you for everything you do, and all staff in the regions. It's people like you who built our union. It's you who keeps it growing today. We truly have a past to hold dear, and we're proud of how we have a great future ahead. Last but not least, I want to thank my family, for the time and effort they have given up to look after me. Over the last year to help me, and especially one here today, and my granddaughter Lisa, who has given her unstinted support to look after her nan. Lisa, thank you. I couldn't do without all the support, just as you can't do without the support of your families. Sometimes it gets a bit rough, but you know, we stick it out and we still are there. So I say to you, welcome to Congress, have a great few days. Let's go out there and fight for a Labour government. Thatcher never broke us, and I'm bloody sure May won't either. Congress, 1:30 in the morning, I was still trying to put this together. If you'd seen the eyes closing, you wouldn't believe it. Congress, don't be fooled. Listen to her words, and I've had plenty of time to do that. A message to you and your party, Mrs. May, don't insult our bloody intelligence. And you know, when one thinks about it, they could teach the bank robbers a thing or two about robbing, but they do it with their eyes open. So this is nothing but a dementia tax. Well, you can stick your 100,000, we'll fight for what is rightfully ours, and we will support our NHS staff, and we will fight you all the way. And as I said, Thatcher never ruined us, and she tried very hard during the miners' strike. Well, you ain't going to do the bleating same, I can assure you that. Thank you all, Congress, and thank you.
Colleagues, could I now call on Penny Robinson, the CEC member from the London region, to give a vote of thanks to the President.
Congress, delighted to be moving the vote of thanks to Mary Turner, our GMB National President. Conference is a testament to Mary's fighting spirit that she is here in Plymouth today. Mary, it's great to see you here at conference, leading the union you have given so much to over the years. We can all name many inspirational trade union leaders through our lifetime, but Mary, you come top of this list as far as we are concerned. There is no one that has given as much time and passion in the trade union movement than you. You are the shoulders we all stand on today. Your knowledge of the trade union and labour movement is second to none. I have personally learned so much from knowing you over the years. Colleagues, you may not be aware, but Mary and her family have not only had to deal with the loss of their beloved husband and father Denny, while coming to terms with this loss, Mary has had to deal with the A to Z of health problems. With the same determination and fighting spirit she has demonstrated over the years. Most ordinary people would have given in with the amount of health issues, not only that she has had to endure, but she's also had the worry of her grandson's ill health. Fortunately, he is now back to good health, and like Mary, he is on the road to recovery. Colleagues, Mary is no ordinary woman. She may have started life in an ordinary family, working in an ordinary workplace, and she may have had an ordinary job. But our Mary has done many extraordinary things. Women's rights are now at the top of the GMB's agenda. However, when Mary was elected as our first women national president, this was not the case. There are so many people I have met and admire within the GMB, too many to name. People that started at grassroots level and have spent all their lives fighting for their rights of the working men and women of our great union. And then, of course, there's you. If this is your first conference, believe me, Mary will have noticed you and will make sure she has some reassuring and encouraging words for you. If you struggle at the rostrum, don't worry, because Mary will be right next to you, encouraging and helping you, something that delegates who have been here before will have seen on many occasions. And it doesn't stop once conference is over. I can tell you from personal experience, if you have your own work or health issues, Mary will be the first on the phone, offering support and encouragement, always looking out for others. That's her nature. Conference. One of the first issues that Mary had to deal with as a trade unionist was a local rent strike. However, she forgot to tell her husband, Denny. Denny was shocked and surprised to open the pages of his local paper to see Mary's picture, holding up a banner demonstrating about the rent strike. He was even more surprised when he got a summons from the council telling him he was in rent arrears and was about to be evicted. There are many other stories, I'm sure, but I'm going to leave Mary to tell them. Mary, you have sacrificed so much throughout your lifetime, and we all love and respect what you stand for, what you represent, and your love for this trade union. Colleagues, on behalf of Conference, it gives me the utmost pleasure to move this vote of thanks to a very special person.
Thank you, Helen. Congress, I could not fulfill the role that you have bestowed on me, none of us, without your total support. And I personally thank you all for that. So before I hand over to my colleague, I just have one comment in relation to American elections. You know, when I was a kid, my dad used to say, "Oh, I've just trumped." But he blamed the dog. Well, Mr. President, you have the right name because you smell in the same way. Congress, before we begin our first debate, I would like to explain a few points of procedure. Please listen carefully. To save time, I will take motions in groups. Your session program will show the grouping. If you are speaking on any of these motions, register at the desk in front before going to the chairs here in front of the rostrum, ready to speak. This saves a vast time. I will call movers and any seconders, and then anyone who wishes to speak against a motion, if we are opposing, will only be called. I will call the CC speaker to reply at the end of the group rather than deal with each motion individual. Where CEC supporting a motion, I will advise Congress. Where a CCC has any other position, the CEC speaker will give the reasons for their decision. We will then move to a vote of all those motions in that group. Where there are no speakers against the motion, I will call for the votes on motions in a block. Should any delegate wish to take separate votes on an individual motion, please make this known to me in good time and from the platform. Finally, could I remind Congress that as you have voted on the SEC report number 1, all existing policy motions will now be debated. Congress. The CEC rule amendments are on page 116 of the final agenda, and the CEC is supporting all of these. CEC rule 1, 2, 3 and 4. Does anyone wish to speak on any of these? Malcolm?
Thank you, President. Colleagues, could I also thank you on behalf of Mary and myself for allowing us to continue as your President and Vice President for the next 4 years, and promise you that we will continue to support this great union with honesty and pride in the future as we've done in the past. Thank you very much indeed. Malcolm Sage, on behalf of the CEC, moving rule amendments CEC RA 1, 2, 3 and 4. Congress, I hope you will agree with me that none of these are controversial, and to help to clarify the application of the rules concerned. CEC Rule Amendment 1 amends Clause 4 of Rule 8, so it no longer suggests all delegates are elected when 10% are appointed, and also reference to the process for selecting delegates as set out in Clause 5, 6 and 7 of Rule 8. CEC Rule Amendment 2 amends Clause 5 of Rule 8 and clarifies that 90% of delegate branches nominate members for the election of delegates. CEC Rule Amendment 3 amends Clause 7 of Rule 8 and clarifies that for the remaining 10% of delegates, branches nominated members for appointment by the Regional Committee, and ensures the wording of the first sentence of this clause is consistent with the terminology in the final sentence and with the new wording of Clause 5. None of these changes in any way affect the operation of the current procedures. And CEC Rule Amendment 4 amends Clause 3 of Rule 56 and removes the reference in the Fatal Accident Benefit Rule referring to insanity. Given the GMB policies on mental health, it is inappropriate to leave this clause in the rulebook. In addition, this also now reflects the fact guidelines for the application of the rule dropped any references to insanity in 2003. Congress, please support the CEC rule amendments 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Thank you, Malcolm. Malcolm, can you remain at the platform? Does anyone wish to speak on the rule amendments? No. Can I now individually, and I can't take these in block under rule, can I now call for a vote on the CEC rule amendment CEC 1? Thank you. Can I have someone to formally second the report? Thank you. Can I now ask you to vote on CEC Rule 1? Please show. Hands up. Anyone against? That's carried. Rule 2. Anyone against? Support? That's carried. Rule 3. All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? That's carried. Rule 4. All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? And that's carried. Thank you, Congress, very much indeed. We are now moving to the first of the Congress motions. London Region then Wales and South Western Region, please come to the front so that, hello there. What are you doing up there? Come on, I'm joking.
Gareth Dowse, London Region, moving motion 1. President Congress, our colleague Martin Foster's contribution to the Standing Orders Committee report debate this morning demonstrates the purpose of this motion entirely. Had the CEC stance been shared with him ahead of the pre-delegates meeting, he would have had the opportunity to do his extra research beforehand. And there were many other examples of this at the pre-delegates meeting. Congress, branches submit their motions based on subjects that they believe in, but they're only presented with the CEC stances that have had weeks to be developed, 30 seconds before they need to reply to them. Now, sometimes there are issues with these stances, and I had a similar experience to Martin last year with an existing policy stance. Now, sometimes experienced delegates struggle with these, so just think about new delegates, how they must feel when they're presented with this opportunity to have to reply like that. Colleagues, this is a lay members' conference talking about subjects that we care about, so we need the information to be able to debate these as fully and as thoroughly as possible. I know the CEC won't like this resolution, but colleagues, it's our conference, there are motions, it's our debate. We need the evidence and the information to debate them properly. I move.
Seconding, yes. Thank you. Taranjit Chana, London Region, seconding motion 1, Congress procedure. President, Congress. Congress, as a lay delegate attending Congress, we receive a lot of paperwork. This isn't a criticism of the paperwork we receive because it's part of the process. The issue, Congress, is one of timing, transparency and fairness. As a member, we put forward a motion by the deadline, January the 31st, from my knowledge. Then at pre-Congress regional meetings, we are informed whether our motion is existing policy, supported, withdrawn, or is deferred because they're waiting for a report or information. It's on the day of our pre-Congress meeting that we are told of the CEC stance. We are rarely, if not at all, given a written statement of the CEC stance, maybe a short verbal comment. This does not allow us to digest, consider, or even fairly challenge the stance. In the interest of fairness and transparency, do we not deserve as members a right to reply by being provided with a written reason of the CEC stance received in a timely manner? The CEC, from our knowledge, has about 4 to 6 weeks to consider it. We only have a few hours in one day. Like anybody, the CEC may change their stance, just like as we go to a tribunal, at the door of the tribunal, positions can change. But in order for us as members to make a formed decision about important motions, it's important that we receive the written CEC stance in advance, so we're able to make an informed decision. So it's about adequate timing, transparency and fairness. Please support this motion.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Taranjit. Are there any speakers against? No? Can I call Andy Worth to respond on behalf of the CEC? Andy? Yeah. Can I move before I... Oh, good lad. Can I move before I do call Andy to the platform? Can I save more time for Congress delegates to speak? Wales and South Western Region, would you please move? And the CEC supporting with qualification. And I would like to formally, the region to formally, the Congress to formally second. South West.
Right. Good morning, Congress. President Paul Raybould, Wales and South West Region moving motion number 2. Since I wrote this small motion about 3 or 4 months ago, it seems to have actually already taken place because we've already got a shortened Congress by 2 days. But I do agree that lay delegates do need to have more time to speak, me included. I do like to waffle quite a bit sometimes. This won't be one of those times. But I do also agree that Congress is a place where guest speakers and full-time officials have their place too, as we do. But it is our Congress, and we do tend to find that we come to a part of the day where we have the Congress rolls on and on and on and on. And basically, a lot of the time is taken up by other people apart from lay delegates. I'm just asking that the CCC, the national officers and the General Secretary and President just take some time to look at the procedures we have and put in place maybe a little bit more time for us people that only get maybe once a year to have a yap up here, an extra special go. But all I'd like to say in conclusion is this is not a go at the Union, it's a go at the Conservative Party. Basically, a message for Mrs. Make-Believe in number 10. The GMB do not support 7 pence a day on a bowl of gruel for school children. A dementia tax that was actually written by somebody who could have written One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. We don't want our NHS sold to Medicare. We don't want to have the poor and needy punished any further for tax breaks with billionaires. We don't want social cleansing of cities, and we certainly don't want child refugees punished for fleeing wars. We do support a great union like ours that created the Labour Party, and all I can say to you is, all of you out there, vote Labour for the many, not the few, not the greedy, not the many.
Thank you, Paul. Can I ask the region, will they formally move? Second. Thank you very much indeed. Can I now call Andy Worth to respond on behalf of the CEC? Andy?
We'll get tagged first. That's the tracking device sorted, isn't it?
I'm breathing here like I'm enjoying it.
Okay.
I don't know what.
President, Congress, Andy Worth speaking on behalf of the CEC. In respect of motions 1 and 2. President, first of all, I'd like to say how great it is to see you here at Congress.
Thank you.
I know you've been struggling. But I know you don't take advice very often, Mayor, but I would suggest you don't do too much so you overexert yourself, yeah? Because people here truly want you to get on and get better.
Thank
So
you, Andy.
don't overexert yourself and be worse when you go back for the sake of doing it.
Thank you.
Congress on motion 1, which is asking for the Standing Orders Committee and the CEC to provide delegates with a written copy of their responses in advance of the delegation meetings. Firstly, the motion is incorrect. A Standing Orders Committee, which is made up of the lay delegates, do not have a role to play anywhere in this. The documents you're referring to are the sole property of the CEC as they stand, so standing orders don't have anything to do with drawing that up and don't in fact actually see it. Secondly, not that long ago, Congress passed policies complaining at the amount of paperwork people got, and by the end of this week you'll probably be saying we haven't done that much to reduce it, but actually we have, because there's still an awful lot of paperwork going around. So if you put this motion back in, you'll destroy a rainforest by doing it, because the CEC change their mind on a regular basis and you'll end up with version 6 and potentially get confused by it. So the reason of the thing is not to stop transparency, because there is nothing to prevent regional secretaries at their pre-delegates meetings issuing or verbally or giving copies of the particular motions that's there, but to copy out to everybody the response on 352 motions would, as I'm sure you'll agree, just destroy everything. So there's nothing to stop that. Indeed, at my pre-Congress, if somebody wants a copy of the particular motion, they can give it. Nothing to stop the CEC members telling you what and why either, if you're talking about democracy. So it doesn't have to be just the regional secretary who tells you. So providing that would simply be overkill in the paperwork, I think. So if it's a specific one, I don't think the CEC has a problem with that, and I certainly don't, and would do that. So we'd ask you to withdraw the motion, or if not withdraw it, would ask Congress to oppose. We want full, transparent debate. We're not against that at all as the CEC. Motion 2, the CEC supports this motion, but with some qualifications. Yes, the motion confirms Congress as the supreme policy-making body, and that should always be the case. However, when talking about the debates, there is no restriction on the number of motions that can come in. Nobody knows when we start calling for motions how many are going to be coming in, and they therefore have to be fitted into the time we've got, whether that's the full week or in this exceptional circumstances, a reduced time. So a lot of work has to go into that. The chair tries her utmost to get people into the debates, which is usually why Congress sessions overrun, and then people get a little bit concerned about it overrun. So we want to get the people in debates. The motions that come in have to fit round Congress events, awards, Congress reports, CEC special reports and statements, and there are already Standing Orders Committee guidelines agreed for everybody who speaks, be they paid officials or lay delegates, including the General Secretary. There is a time limit on that, and you'll normally find it's the guest speakers who run over. They should be tightened up, and we need to be careful about the amount of guest speakers we have in, so it does not impact on the ability of Congress getting through the GMB's business. So with that qualification on that motion too, we would ask you to support.
Thank you, Andy. If you'd just remain. London Region, do you wish to respond to the CEC report at the standing? Yeah, you do? Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
Gareth Dowse, London Region, exercising the right of reply to motion 1. Colleagues, we do receive the responses verbally, and in writing could actually mean electronically. This resolution is about getting information for the individual movers of the motions, not a blanket publication for everybody. So I feel there may be a misunderstanding there somewhere. Colleagues, in opposing this motion, I'm not going to withdraw it. The region is not going to withdraw it. In opposing this motion, the CEC is acting to stifle legitimate debate by denying sufficient time for members to prepare a defence to such opposition. That, colleagues, is an affront to democracy, and I know there's inconsistency in approach across some of the pre-delegates meetings, but please, colleagues, support this motion and let's vote against the CEC. Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth. Thanks, Gareth. Well done. Well, for now, anyway. Can I? The mover. Does Wales and South Western have any comments on Andy's response? No? Okay. As the mover, Gareth, has said, on motion 1, London Region, they are not withdrawing the motion. Can I ask the region, is that the stance of the region? Yes. Okay, thank you. I didn't expect anything else, but there we are, here we go. So I will take this particular motion on regional wish to withdraw first. It's extremely important. Motion 1, the CEC are asking you to oppose. All those in favour of the motion, please show. Say that again. I've been to Specsavers, but all those against? Well, I may have a bad eye, but I can see that's totally carried. Thank you. What a great start. But I can assure the delegates here, Congress, I can assure, and Malcolm, we've had this debate. This Congress belongs to you. You are the sole owners of this Congress, and I make sure that that will stand as long as I'm in this chair and Malcolm. So, colleagues, thank you for a lot. So, can I now take the vote? Once again, all those in favour, please show. Hands up. All those against? That is carried. Okay, well done, London. Good start to the week. Can I now put motion 2 to the vote? All those in favour, please show. Oh, what, the hands got tired already? Can you, all those in favour, please show. Anyone against? They're carried. Well done. Okay, I'll keep changing these ruddy glasses. Thank you, Andy. Done a great job. We lost the first one. Don't start me off. Colleagues, we now move to item 12, item 5, rule book terminology. The CEC are asking you to support this on 8 and 9 and 10 and 11. Will all those regions please come to the front so that we can move? All those who are supporting, I'm asking you to formally second. Don't tell me you're tired at this time of the day.
President, and on behalf of GMB Scotland, myself in particular, it's good to see you looking well. And if anybody's going to kick Theresa May's arse, it's you. President Congress, Charlie Robertson, GMB Scotland, moving motion 5, rule book terminology. Congress, GMB Scotland is asking for the CEC to conduct a review into the language used in our rule book. I need to make it clear also that this is not a call for any structural changes whatsoever in our union or to our union. GMB Scotland highly values the support GMB's regional autonomy and democratic structures. They are the enduring strength of this great union. Our regions are the bedrock of GMB's achievements, and this motion fully recognises that GMB as a national union is better able to serve the interests of our members precisely because of our region's strengths and autonomy. GMB members in Scotland are proud to be part of a UK-wide union that fights to improve the lives of our members wherever they may live. The question is whether our rulebook uses language that reflects the politically complex times we live in. We live in an age where central government has devolved certain powers to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Further devolution to English regions is a future possibility. The political landscape is changing. We need to change our rulebook terminology to reflect this. All we ask is for the CEC to consult with regions over the language in our rulebooks and establish if it remains fit for purpose. We must ensure also that our union remains relevant to those we aim to organise, recruit and influence. And the language we use is also very vital to that. We as activists are very familiar with certain terms like region, for example, and regard this as second nature. However, we may, without any intent to do so, alienate others with the terminology that we use. Our aim is to grow GMB, to organise and represent as many working people as possible. To be successful, we must constantly review all aspects of our organisation, the strategy we use. This motion is simply part of that ongoing process. The review we request could be undertaken quickly by a working group of the CEC. Its terms of reference should ensure that the focus only on the language and not the structure. A further safeguard would be to require Congress next year to approve any proposed changes to the rulebook wording. And Congress, this motion is a sensible request. A look at the language in our rulebook to ensure that it doesn't inhibit our organising objectives. This can only be an advantage for our union, so please support this motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Charlie, very much indeed, and for your kind words. Can I ask now for it formally to be moved? Seconded. GMB Scotland? Yep, thank you. Can I now move to London to move 8?
President Congress, Edward Siddall, London Region, moving motion 8, apprentice organisers. In April this year, the government introduced a 0.5% levy for apprenticeships on employers who have over £3 million a year salaries. The GMB as an employer will be subject to this levy, but can use this levy to pay for apprenticeships. They're not just young people, for older people too. With the introduction of the levy, we need to look at ways of using this to support activists to become GMB organisers. Our union has a fantastic local work-based organisers who may not have the exposure they need to become a fully fledged organiser in the union straight away. Therefore, we can put an apprenticeship in for our apprentice workplace organisers to make sure that we can train people with the GMB values, get people who are dedicated and willing to learn, and train them up so that they can then become fantastic organisers in the GMB workplace and help and support the GMB staff. We have a duty to do this as the apprenticeship levy charges that. Congress, I move.
Thank you very much, Edward. Does London Region have a seconder?
President, Congress, Marie McCormack, London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Supporting Motion 8, Apprentice GMB Organisers. It makes perfect business sense to also grow your own talent from within via apprentices. Limited facility time means many ambitious work-based stewards just don't get an opportunity to get the necessary experience to make a successful job application for GMB organiser roles. GMB employed officers are key to supporting the branches. The branches are like small businesses. Skills needed, bookkeeping, marketing, PR, recruitment, compliance, and that's before you even get to membership casework from the members and supporting the stewards. And how can you be successful in an application if you don't know the nitty-gritty, the inside out, or have demonstrable first-hand experience and have no way of getting it? So, to assist such members to launch careers in the GMB, please permit this motion and allow this parallel route in. Let's bring on a new generation of talent who can learn from the wise and experienced. Please support Motion 8 and launch a GMB apprenticeship scheme. I second this motion.
Thank you, Maria. Well done and welcome. Can I now ask Wales and South Western Region to move 9?
Madam President, Congress. Tracy Harrison, motion number 9, improvement of technology with the GMB region. First time speaker. Thank you. The need for trade unions such as the GMB to keep up to date with new trends and developments in technology is an absolute imperative. Over the past 5 years or so, the development and reach of social media has been truly prolific and has allowed individuals to have a voice in a public place that they never enjoyed previously. Take, for example, the use of Facebook and Twitter usage. The former has over 500 million users and the latter 175 million registered to it. Given the instance of usage, we have to continue to critically analyse this more away from former methods of communication and engagement and arrive at some conclusions as to how they serve to transform our relationship with GMB members. There can be no doubt that social media has a capacity to become an integral part of our organising strategy, but it's a case of learning how best to use the various tools in our work and activism. The speed of life itself continues to increase, so we have to recognise that news is being received faster by our members through their devices, and we have to ensure that what they receive from us is not inferior in speed or quality terms to what they receive from other sources. Social media is a useful way by which we can inform, advise, and have a two-way debate with our members, and of course prospective members as well. In terms of campaigning, there must be a regularity with which we approach the use of this media form. If Facebook or Twitter accounts go quiet, then people lose interest. We are no longer reliant upon the old forms of media such as television, newspapers and the radio, or even face-to-face conversations with members. We now have the means by which we can have personal conversations with masses of members, potential members and supporters, but it cannot just be a quick fix, and we have to invest the necessary time and resources to do this effectively. It is no longer enough just to broadcast messages on a website or through a media release, and members and others must be able to leave comments that are then read and responded to. Social media should be embraced by everyone in the Union and not just one or two select people. We must have a coherent strategy too, and sometimes activities can be both haphazard and ineffective. It's a case really of not trying to use too many platforms at the same time and then ending up at not operating any of them very well. As the motion recognises, the economy today is ever more fragmented, with employees dispersed across so many locations, many of which are unorganised. Congress, our revamped communications department, has grasped the nettle on how to improve effectiveness and provides a first-class service to regions. Thank you. Thank you.
Tracy, well done. Welcome. Good to see you. Can I now ask Northwest, does Northwestern Irish, does Wales and South Western Region wish to formally second, or do they wish to put a speaker? Yep. Come on in.
Thanks, Mary. We wish to second the motion because it's supported with the qualification. Paul Hunt, Wales and South West Region. President, Congress. There is no doubt that the advent, expansion and widespread use of information and communication technology presents us with both challenges and opportunities. We have to address how we can ensure that new technologies are used for the benefit of our members at work and within our own structures. There is an ongoing need to question our own ways of working, whether it be in campaigning, contact with members, or promoting their awareness and education. The possibility for IT to be used as part of our wider strategy for revival is surely beyond argument. The time has come and passed for us to embrace the information age. Technology has a long history of putting people out of work, as well as monitoring and controlling them, as another motion from my region clearly explains. So it's understandable that some of us are at best sceptical and at worst opposed to new technology developments. However, the reality is that we are in a position where our members and activists are aging and where we struggle to recruit younger people. The communication potential of new technology cannot be underestimated, and we have to understand more fully that cyberspace is one in which our members work, are entertained and educated to interact with one another. As the mover has pointed out, the world of work is becoming more decentralised, broken up and networked. Our organisational approach, based upon industrial armies of workers organised in large industries, is at odds with types of agencies, temporary contracts and ephemeral work that exists today. As the world of work becomes increasingly casualised, young female and migrant, we have to respond by working carefully at our own structures and methods on how to help these or hinder us in our organisation.
Paul, red light, please.
Congress, there are downsides. I second this motion. Please support.
Thank you very much, Paul. Well done. Can I ask the mover, North West and Irish Region, on 10? And then I will be calling John, after 11, I'll be calling John MacDonald from the CEC to give the CEC stance. Okay?
President, Congress, Vinnie Maudsley, North Western Irish, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Congress calls upon the GMB to fund a high-profile media campaign. This not only promotes the GMB, but also educates the public, and particularly the young members, of what a union does. Ideally, various methods of advertisement should be explored that would include TV, radio, national, local newspapers, billboards, which would include advertising on public transport. We believe that by having a full media campaign, that we could reach out to recruit new members who do not know what a union can do for them. Our target areas could be students who have to work in fast food areas, public houses, to help them fund themselves while studying at university. Other areas to be explored could be the construction workers, particularly ground workers in these areas, as they believe they are self-employed, when in fact, if they're not invoicing the firms they're working for the work they carry out, they are most likely to be classed as workers. Therefore, they would have more rights to the likes of holidays, holiday pay and sick pay. Other areas to consider is foster carers. They are classed as self-employed, yet many are not in a union and don't realise that if ever an allegation was made against them, they would need the support of the union, even though they foster for local authorities. These are the groups we need to reach out to. How do we do this? Each region could advertise the best way that suits their region and finances. This could be done by having leaflets, posters on buses, or in national papers, TV, radio. Local free papers like the Metro, even in football programmes. The lower league football programmes, you can advertise up to a year for £1,000. When you get to the Premiership, it's a lot more expensive. Other areas that could be explored are the likes of beer mats in local pubs. This seems to work for taxi firms. I move this motion.
Gail Keown, North West and Irish Region, seconding this motion. President, Congress. An advertising campaign would greatly benefit our membership in every region. I believe we should target a campaign through bus and bus shelter advertising, local papers, and especially social media, as this is the best way to engage young workers in this digital era. Advertising on bus shelters would target the demographic of new membership we are trying to recruit. We need to spread the word that you don't have to be in a large workplace to be in a union. Young people, lone workers, and self-employed are vulnerable too. We need a campaign that conveys the core values and benefits of the union in an accessible format. One of the greatest challenges we face when trying to recruit is the lack of visibility and presence on the ground. If there is a greater awareness of what we're selling, a union that fights for equality for all, provides information in the workplace, free legal advice, security in knowing there's help available, and most importantly, knowledge that it's a union of people and not just one lone voice. We need the construction industry and local authorities and employers of casual workers to be aware of the benefits of having a unionised workforce. It's not just a one-way street. There are benefits to be had for everyone in each workplace. Please support.
Here we are. Can I now ask North Western Irish Region to move motion 11? The CEC are supporting this.
Madam President, Congress, Paul Richards, North Western Irish Region, moving motion 11. Don't buy the sun rag. Congress, I'm not going to speak too much about the Scum newspaper, as you are all aware of how disgusting and evil this rag is. We've all had the pleasure of listening to Margaret Aspinall and Sue Roberts from the Hillsborough Family Support Group at Congress over the years, and we've heard firsthand the part this rag has played in clouding the facts and fueling the hatred in an already impossible situation. The effects on the victims and their families are still very much alive today. I stood on the terraces that day, and I will never forgive the rag for the lies that they wrote. If it wasn't for the solidarity and bravery shown by the Liverpool fans, the death toll would have been even higher. I know we are all deeply saddened by last night's attacks, and only 2 weeks ago we saw the horrific attack at the Manchester Arena. And we as a union send our heartfelt condolences as we stand in unity with the families directly affected and, of course, the people of Manchester. Whilst most newspapers were praising the bravery and solidarity of the people of Manchester, the Scum posted online, and I quote, "Innocent people were murdered specifically because Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell suck up to the IRA," unquote. This was posted online at 2:35 a.m, only 4 hours after the attack. While the article had no reference to the attack in Manchester, its timing is a sick and vile attempt to mislead the public. The campaigning group our region is working with is called Total Eclipse of the Sun. And our branch has sponsored a taxi wrap, which is... Sorry, I missed that up there. The campaign group is supported purely by donations and volunteers. Our branch K28 has sponsored a Hackney taxi, which is being wrapped with advertisements that the sun is not welcome in our city. I would therefore ask any branch from any region who would be willing to sponsor a taxi wrap, then please contact myself or our regional secretary, Paul McCarthy. The cost is a one-off payment of £90. The Scum boycott in my city of Liverpool is well known, and I would ask you all to send a motion into your local council and ask them for their support for this rag to be removed from retailers and vendors. I've recently put forward a motion to my local council, and this was supported without opposition. The councils so far who have supported and passed this motion are Liverpool City Council, Knowsley Council, Strabane and Derry, the Wirral, West Lancashire, Sefton, Preston and St Helens. There are many local shops, supermarkets and petrol stations who have joined the campaign by refusing to sell this rag. For the reasons stated above, and in memory of the families of the victims, along with those lives who have been destroyed in the name of profit and result of lazy, spiteful and plain bad journalism, we ask for this racist, homophobic lying rag to be banned from all GMB meetings, banned from all GMB functions, banned from all GMB committee meetings.
Paul, I'm now banning you from the platform.
I'll be happy. And banned from all GMB-owned buildings. So, Congress, let's all campaign to remove this rag from the face of the earth. Congress, I ask you to fully support this motion. I move.
Thank you. Can I make a comment on this particular issue? The work that the region has done, highlighting the injustice that happens at Hillsborough, you have to be applauded. And this union has sponsored heavily, and quite rightly too, to make sure that those individuals get justice. And we will not rest until all those who have been unjustly treated over the years get their justice too. So well done, Liverpool and North Western Irishes. Colleague, are you seconding?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't called, I was asking formally, but you're up here, so get on with it.
Get
on, quick.
I will. Jane Davis, North Western Irish Region, seconding motion 11. President, Congress. Paul has said it all. The banning of this rag should be easy. Nobody believes what it prints. It's undignified of what it said about people. It hates the unions, hates the Labour Party. And unfortunately, people buy it who are working class people. But Rupert Murdoch looks down to us all. So I please second this motion.
Thank you, Jane. Well done. On the lights, when the yellow light comes up, be warned, you've got 1 minute, and 1 minute only. And where we are supporting something, I have asked for formally to move. I know this is a special issue, so I will now move on, and I will call John MacDonald, the CEC North Western Irish Region, to respond on behalf of the CEC. The C might be right. And can I tell Congress, this man ended up on my doorstep to wish me well and to come and see me. John, thank you so much, with his regional secretary. Thank you.
President, Congress, visitors. John MacDonald, North Western Irish Region, speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 9, 10, turning first to motion 8, which the CEC is recommending referral. We support the spirit of the motion in its intent to provide more support and avenues of progression for our fantastic reps and activists in making the transition from activist to full-time organiser. Our activists are the lifeblood of the union, and we must always ensure that real-life experience of our members and activists is at the heart of what we do. The progression of activist to organiser to officer is a key part of that. However, while we agree with the spirit of the motion, there may be a better way to ensure this progression than through an apprenticeship. GMB Scotland are, for example, piloting a scholarship programme, and we are in the midst of reviewing our training programme entirely at the behest of Congress. So we recommend referral so we can look at this issue more broadly. Turning to motion 9 on technology, which we are supporting with a qualification. When it comes to modern communications, the CEC welcomes this motion. Our General Secretary has said on a number of occasions, as the world of work changes, we must change with it. That means communicating with our members in the most relevant way possible. The qualification is simply to note that the union is already embarking on an ambitious programme of updating our digital communications with a new text message platform being rolled out. a new website commissioned, and a more active social media presence. We have implemented a new email system, which in time will be linked to the membership database, but which has already seen 5 times as many people opening emails as been the norm. Finally, Congress, we are supporting motion 10 with a qualification. The CEC endorses the need for a campaign to show why being in a union matters. It is vital that we show we are relevant to modern world of work and highlight even more prominently our successes, so that working people can see the practical and tangible benefit of being in a trade union. The GMB does and will continue to find free opportunities for publicity that highlights the work we do, and to monitor the number of people we reach through all communication channels, and we will continue to do this. And Congress, as I said in relation to the previous motion, our social media profile is growing, and as the motion calls for, we look out for opportunities at sports ground and in communities across the country. Our qualification is that paid TV and radio advertising may not be the most targeted or cost-effective way to get our message across, and the union should have the discretion to make this decision based on cost. To recap, we are asking for motion 8 to be referred and for you to support motion 9 and 10 with the qualifications I've outlined. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John, very much indeed. Colleagues, I'm going to ask, first of all, Wales and South West region. I'm going to leave London to the last bit. Wales and South Western region, North Western Irish region, and the North Western Irish region we are supporting. Can I ask if any of you, of who I've called, wish to respond to John's report from the CEC? No? Thank you very much indeed. Does that go for Wales and South Western, North Western Irish region? Yep, thank you. And of course, CEC, we are supporting 11. Can I now move to London region? Does the mover wish to respond to the CEC report? Speak to Mary. You're happy? You're not. God almighty. What's happened in this world? Oh, okay. Are you prepared to refer? Yes? Yes. Thank you. Does Congress agree? Thank you, London. Can I now put 9 to the vote? All those 9 and 10 to the vote, and 11, please. All those in favour? Anyone against? That's carried. Well done. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you, John. I will now call motions, which I have just done, to 5, 9, 10. It's like playing bingo. Can I now move to union organisation recruitment? I've been recruiting when I get in a cab. Oh dear, he must have a headache by the time he gets me here. I have done this week. Can I now call the movers of 12 South Wales, Wales and South Western region? Then I will call 13 Yorkshire. I will call membership retention Wales and South Western region. Okay, and then I will call the troublemakers Yorkshire region. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, movers.
Congress, President, Dean Ismay, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 12. Congress, social media is a very powerful thing. It allows unions to have personal conversations with hundreds, if not thousands of potential members and current members as well as activists. No longer are unions reliant on the old forms of media, and tools such as Facebook and Twitter should not be just an afterthought. The GMB cannot just set up a Twitter account, make 1 or 2 tweets, and then expect hundreds of its members to start following. Like any tool, the effective use of social media requires practice and trial and error. Consumers of social media and members, potential members, can interact with corporate and commercial users that have a high standard of professionalism. Colleagues, hopefully we can support this motion, and the GMB must be prepared to invest time and resources to do so properly. It's known that trade unions usually run a tight ship when it comes to communications, media engagement or interaction with members. When you have a presence on social media, we make it easier for our members to find and connect with the GMB. By connecting with our members on social media, we are more likely to increase membership retention, promote loyalty and campaigns, and be able to organise within workplaces where we are unable to access with the traditional face-to-face methods. Colleagues, please support this motion. I move.
Congress, President Nick Gawler, Wales and South West Region, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Increasingly, social media has become part of unions' organising strategies. More unions than ever now have a presence on a whole range of digital media outlets. However, colleagues, we are still learning to use these tools effectively in our work and activism. The GMB should ensure that we embrace all methods of social media to explore all lines of communication, up-to-date campaigns and focus future developments on retention and recruitment. All GMB branches should be on Facebook and Twitter to interact with members, supporters and potential members. Millions of people are on Facebook and Twitter, so it is likely that the GMB will find either existing members or people in the industry who use social media. As a 21st century union, we should lead the way in effective and powerful communications. Young workers mobilise thorough social media and other technologies on a wide range of political and social issues. There is no opposition among young workers towards collective action or trade unions, but evidence suggests it is increasingly unlikely that young workers will develop collective responses to either the challenges they face or work or to achieving their employment objectives. Modern technology, digital campaigning and organising strategies must be part of the solution for the GMB to connect more effectively with young people and help solve their employment problems. Colleagues, please support this motion.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'd be surprised if you didn't.
Alex Burton-Keeble, Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region. Moving motion 13, update workplace organisers toolkit. I'm conscious of time, so basically I'm just going to read out our motion because I think everything I want to say is in it. This Congress recognises the importance of the GMB Workplace Organisers Toolkit. It is a useful guide and point of reference for all reps, new and experienced. However, it is in need of updating. In particular, it needs to reflect the importance of equalities. The GMB has a proud record in fighting inequalities. However, the first and possibly most important tool given to new reps does not reflect how important the issue is. Several years ago, an expanded dedicated section on health and safety was, quite rightly, added to the toolkit. It is time for equalities to receive the same. Congress, it is time for a new revised toolkit with greater prominence given to equalities. I move.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, very much indeed. Can I now ask Wales and South Western Region to move 14?
Morning. Paul Kempton, Wales and South West Region, deaf, half blind, but just about here. President Congress, to the credit of many, our union has enjoyed modest but above average membership growth during difficult times since the Tories came to power in 2010. Our strategy of effective workplace organising has led to increased membership levels in a number of key target areas identified by the national organising team and adopted by regions. The concept of GMB at work, focusing upon the role of the activists in building the union and the engagement of members in the process, has served us fairly well as our reputation as a challenging and campaigning force for good has grown. However, it can be tempting to focus only upon new member growth. It is understandable to do so, as the recruitment of new members is often the method used to measure the success of how an organisation is performing. But rarely is the number of members lost, given the consideration that it requires. Congress, we need to be more focused upon developing longer-term relationships with members, and part of this process should inevitably include researching why that relationship ends. From experience, we know that the first year or even the first few months is a volatile period over which many members leave the GMB. It is essential, therefore, to develop a contact and communication strategy in order to develop more stable and permanent arrangements with members, particularly in those areas where union recognition and representation is not available. It is important that we continue to allocate resources to identifying the most common reasons why people leave the GMB. We must operate clear and accountable procedures for recovering those members who, for whatever reason, are no longer paying contributions to us. Early and decisive intervention is necessary to ensure that there is the best chance possible to persuade the member to rejoin. Colleagues, member retention is typically a critical factor in any business plan because one of the easiest ways to grow your base is not to lose them. Retention, of course, cannot just be about trying to convince a leaver of the value of their membership being reinstated. Meeting and exceeding member expectations is the best way of increasing retention. Quality servicing, engagement, representation and communication builds loyalty, commitment and confidence in and to our union. Procedures that reduce the time that a member waits to receive advice or representation will also impact positively upon the relationship with them. Similarly, being proactive in terms of responding to the earliest knowledge of a member about to leave employment is vital too. Congress, there must be many examples of good practice throughout the union when it comes to retention. Let's not forget members often leave a union by omission rather than commission. It is important that we don't just take the view that they have made a decision that is irreversible. And I've got another page, so I'm going to say thank you very much. I move.
Thank you, Paul. (15) Yorkshire Region, here we go.
Rob Daniels, Wales and South West Region, second in motion number 14. President, Congress, someone once said that membership recruitment is the lifeblood of our union. Very few, if any, would dissent from that view, but it must be equally applied to the principle and practice of retention. Whilst we will always aspire to greater recruitment figures, and the sky's the limit in that sense, it is an inescapable fact that the hard work and effort of activists and officers in recruiting new members is too often undermined by the sheer volume of members who terminate their membership with us. Membership marketing must be as much about retaining existing members as it is concerned with recruiting new ones. Fundamental to any workable and successful approach to retention is the adoption of methods and strategies to improve member satisfaction and minimise the risk of them leaving the GMB. Servicing them, involving them, making them feel valued and welcome, and enhancing their satisfaction levels are key issues that affect membership retention. In much the same way that there remains a need to better develop systematic recruitment strategies, there is a pressing requirement to critically evaluate our approach to retention. Some may take the view that chasing up people who have chosen to leave the union is a resource pressure that detracts from recruitment work and which is a task disproportionate to the results obtained. My region does not share that view. For our own direct and personal experience, we apply a structured and consistent criteria to retention which involves activists, officers and support staff sharing both accountability and responsibility for maximising impact. Congress, the capacity of the GMP to represent and campaign is inextricably linked to their financial position. The more members we have, then the stronger we are organisationally and financially. Retention must be seen as the cornerstone of any workable policy to grow the membership of the GMB. It should not and must not be seen as a junior partner to the recruitment, and we have to afford it the importance that it deserves. I second.
Thank you, Robert. Well done. And you know, you're very lucky, Yorkshire, because your motion 15 is existing policy, so therefore I will not be calling you to the rostrum. Not yet, anyway. Do you agree? Yes, maybe. Okay. Congress agree? Thank you. Can I now ask the movers of 16, 17, woohoo,
Yusra Hussain, first-time speaker and first-time delegate. Yorkshire and North Derbyshire region. Moving motion 16, how to best protect our members. President, Congress and visitors. Trade union has a long-standing history of protecting workers' rights. Congress acknowledges its recent successful campaigns in ASOS and Uber, and when considering the present government's increasing attempts to dilute the efficacy of unions, thus the GMB calls on all its members to 1. Redouble efforts to identify the effect of Tory draconian policies, 2. To report to branches to organise and ensure our members get the best protection possible, and 3. To feed the results back to region to map the information. The results of these draconian policies work against human rights and workers' rights, and therefore they should be fed back to the region, as it will help map the issues and build a picture of what may be occurring and help us to protect our members and be proactive rather than reactive. I call on the Congress to protect our members. 1. To identify the Tory draconian policies, 2. To report to branches, and 3. To allow the region to map the issues to help in being proactive and bring about positive change to the members. This is essential more than ever. Although the polls show that Jeremy Corbyn is bridging the gap in votes, there is still uncertainty. I call on the Congress to act on the counter-intuitive Tory policies with immediate effect when identified by members. It is essential that we as shop stewards, conveners and officers work as a team and identify the issues. One such example is the NHS pay freeze and how we can work towards fighting this Tory policy, and others too that are counter-intuitive. How about the current state of affairs of local hospitals? Nationally and in the tabloids it's been reported that humanitarian organisations were coming in to help with the crisis. This is unacceptable. Therefore, it is essential that GMB representatives of our trade union, we must ensure that we have our members on board and help bring about positive change via routine channels through shop stewards and officers, or if the crisis is more widespread, then to take it to a national level to help protect workers' rights and get our members the best protection possible. As a union, GMB have activists that are second to none and finances given to us by our members to offer a more coherent opposition than the present political party. I call upon the Congress to support in favour of motion 16, how best to protect our members. I move. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. 17. And then I will call Elaine Daly to speak on behalf of the CEC.
Jason Evans, Midland and East Coast Region. Moving motion 17. President, Congress, this motion simply asks for us to build on what we already do well, to provide improved structures and planning across our business and industrial sectors. We already have a good number of industrial combines and forums which organise nationally. Establishing these can take a considerable time, which could be improved if we only introduced some general guidance. Much of this could be based on the best practice from those established combines that we operate on a cross-regional basis. Employers and sectors are increasingly coordinating their strategies to attack terms and conditions of our members, and we must respond accordingly by providing our activists with the best advice and guidance to counter this. Coordination is often the key to success. My own sector, the water industry, is a prime example of where employers regularly come together to coordinate their areas of attack and cuts. Therefore, we ask the CEC to develop a framework of guidance for establishing and operating cross-regional combines and forums. This could well be incorporated as an appendix to our existing GMB at Work training package. We're not seeking to prescribe a structure, but merely to provide a framework from which to develop, incorporating key contexts and support roles across all regions. I move, please support.
Jason, well done. Congratulations. And kept nearly to time, but there we are. We're moving on. Can I ask Midland and East Coast Region, do they wish to formally second or put a speaker? Formally, thank you. Congress agree? Yep, there we go. Can I now call Elaine Daly to respond on behalf of the CEC? Elaine.
President, Congress, Elaine Daly, responding on behalf of the CEC. We are supporting motions 12 and 14 with statements and motions 16 and 17 with qualifications. On motion 12, the use of modern means of communication is highly important in building a union for the 21st century, especially as social media is used by both young and old and is relied upon by many in the so-called gig economy seeking work. Many areas of the Union embrace the use of social media, such as Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and other less well-known apps. However, we are aware that using social media, such as Facebook, can cause problems given its relatively open nature. Some branches, GMB committees and workplaces use closed Facebook groups as a means of communication. GMB support the use of all appropriate media to reach our members and encourage new members to join, and our National Communications Department use social media to communicate to members and the public and continue to actively explore a wide range of options for communications. On motion 14, the National Organising Team and the Senior Management Team have made membership retention a key target for developing an effective union fit for the 21st century. Keeping the members GMB has is as important, if not more important, than the recruitment of new members. GMB needs to recruit around 70,000 members per year in order to stand still. Workers are changing jobs more often, moving around the country more often, and the phenomenon of an employee staying with a single employer all their working life has declined. The challenge for a 21st century union is demonstrating relevance to workers who no longer identify with a single employer or job. The NOT and the SMT have undertaken a review of practices used by different regions to maintain existing members and are developing best practice to roll out to all. The strategy should be aimed at ensuring that members are contacted at the earliest possible time after their membership has been cancelled. On motion 16, the qualification is that GMB campaigns are constantly kept under review to ensure that they are delivering better organisation and improving membership levels, as befits any union seeking to be fit for organising in the 21st century. It is the responsibility of GMB organisers and lay members at all levels to highlight workplace issues which can lead to union growth. GMB sections, regions, organisers and branches already identify potential employers and workplaces, and work is being undertaken to map employers and consolidate our membership throughout the country and provide information that can be used in collective bargaining as well as organising campaigns, and this is being shared with unions. However, this work should be a two-way communication process, as branches are also required to submit branch development plans, Rule 35, which include plans for recruitment and campaigns to grow the union. Finally, on motion 17, the qualification is that the establishment of sector industry and business-specific structures is being developed across GMB, and there are good examples of this already in existence in employers in the utilities industry and public services, retail and elsewhere. These structures allow members who identify with one another through their employer or through their job role to work together to provide strength and solidarity, which can improve the bargaining position and organisation of the GMB. The future development of such structures is dependent on a flexible approach, recognising that there is no one-size-fits-all, as employers, industries and sectors have unique attributes which GMB needs to take account of in developing these new structures. Therefore, Congress, please support motions 12 and 14 with these statements and motions 16 and 17 with the qualifications I have set out. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Can I now ask the movers of 12, 14, 16 and 17 if they wish to respond to the CC stance? No? Congress agree? Thank you very much. I will now put them to the vote. Can I ask all those in favour of 12, 13, 14, 16, 17. Congress agreed to accept. Thank you. Anyone against? No, they're carried. Well done. So can I now move to item 14 and call on the General Secretary's report, National Women's Taskforce report. Tim? 2 minutes, Tim.
I'm grateful, Mary. Good morning again, everybody. Lovely to see you all here in rainy Plymouth. Tim Roach, General Secretary. I'm moving a specific part of the General Secretary's report this morning. I'm moving the main body of the report tomorrow, but I thought it was so important that we deal with the Women's Task Force update separately, because that body has done some groundbreaking and fantastic work in looking at and giving us recommendations about why our union, right across its structures, isn't as balanced and representative in terms of women as it should be. But before I do that, Mary, there's just a couple of pieces of business I need to deal with. The first is our exhibitors that you will have seen in the hall on the way in here. They come along, they pay a lot of money to come here. Please go along and visit those stalls throughout our shortened Congress. And thank you to Hilary Perrin for working tirelessly to get so many exhibitors along. And there's one exhibitor there called Trade Union Friends of Israel, and there's some discussion about whether they should be here and what our relationship with this organisation should be. So what I propose to do, Mary, and it has the support of the National Executive, the CEC, is that we will debate our relationship with Trade Union Friends of Israel, including the motion that was passed by this body in 2013, including the discussion that was subsequently had by the Political European and International Committee in February of 2016, and including the discussion this year with the Finance and General Purposes Committee that agreed that they should have a stand here this year. I want to leave it at that. I don't want to do the business out here in public. We always do our business in private, behind closed doors, and we will do that properly and thoroughly and report back to you. The other piece of business, Mary, is the National Policy Guide. Please have a look, if you haven't already, at this policy guide that is in your bags. It shows you and details for you, our reps, our activists, every single policy that the GMB has across our union. And of course, that will be updated every year as a result of everything you discuss and agree here at Congress. And I want to thank Ida Clemo, who have worked tirelessly on producing this document. It took hours of painstaking research and work so that we have a document, and anyone asks us a question what any of our policies are, you can refer to it straight away. So Ida, well done, and thank you so much. And moving on to the Women's Task Force. The Women's Task Force was set up in 2013 as a result of a discussion and a special report to Congress in 2012. And the role of the Women's Task Force was to look at why more women aren't coming through our representative structures, both at branch and lay level, but also at full-time level as well. And the task force has exclusively made up of women, officials, lay activists, staff, have made enormous amount of groundbreaking decisions and recommendations, done some amazing stuff. The development of a new National Staff to Officer programme, the introduction of a new GMB appointment process, 2 CEC special reports. They produced fact sheets, the creation of the Eleanor Marks Award, recognising outstanding contribution for women, that'll be awarded this afternoon. An annual women's conference in every region, and yes, for the first time in the GMB's history, a national women's conference will now take place later this year, following a recommendation from the task force. But look, if you will please, in the General Secretary's report, page 5, at the progress that's been made. You'll see 2 grids there. And as a result of those recommendations, we've made some startling progress. CEC members up from 35% to 47% of women. Regional council delegates up. Branch secretaries, number of women up. Organisers and organisation officers up from 30% to 38%. Senior organisers up. National secretaries up. But there's still work to do. We still don't have a woman regional secretary, and we still don't have enough women representative in our senior management team. So it's anything but job done. But conference The development of women across our union and throughout our union needs to become a culture and a way of life. And that's why we want to thank the work of the Women's Taskforce for coming up with some brilliant recommendations and action points, and have come up with a number of recommendations in this, their final report to us. But now the senior management team of the union need to take the baton on. I want to thank the Women's Taskforce for your efforts, for your unstinting commitment to this organisation, and I assure you the senior management team are utterly committed to the continued development of women right across our structures. If you open and remove the barriers, then we will see women coming through. We're making progress, but there's more to do. So I commend that part of the General Secretary's report to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. I now am going to give the regions the opportunity, if they wish to respond, that is 12, 14, 16 and 17 to the qualifications and statement of the CEC. Do you agree that? Do you wish to put a speaker in? No? Congress agree? Thank you. So I will now move across. Can I? Yeah, no, I'm going to put them to the vote. We've done that, haven't we? Yeah. Are there any? Can I move now to the regions? And I will give the opportunity to each region to put one speaker up on the special reports. Southern, Northern, Northwestern Irish region, London,
Congress President, Richard Pole, London Region, GMB rep on the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. I wanted initially to raise a question with Tim. I actually now want to thank him for the undertaking that he's given in respect of the comments regarding the trade union Friends of Israel stall that is here, because he made reference to the minutes of the meetings that I've had to remind you of, where policy on this issue was quite decided that the GMB does not affiliate to that organisation at any level, nor do we join a delegation at national or regional level or accept money from them. With the guarantee that he's going to take that to the CEC and report on that further, I'd like to thank him for his comments that he's made and hope that that undertaking is met with that particular organisation. Thank you.
Dick, thank you very much indeed for being so cooperative. Anyone else? Can I now ask anyone who wishes to respond to the General Secretary's report on 4 and 5? No? So can I now put 4 and 5 to the vote? The special report, please show. The General Secretary's report on women, please show. Thank you. They're carried. Can we now move? Oh yeah, forgot that. Anyone against? No. Oh, well done. Thank you. Now, do what? Yeah, we're now moving to Composite 3, and I will be calling, if they so wish, GMB's Southern Region, Northwestern Irish Region to move and to second, and I will be giving priority in debate to GMB Scotland, Wales and South Western Region, and London Region. Hi.
Nikki Dancy, Southern Region, moving Composite 3. Our President, Conference, Comrades.
Tim has actually done most of the job of this speech. I was going to talk a little bit about what the task force did, how it was set up, and what the recommendations were that it made. He's actually already talked about all of that, but the important part of this motion is that now that the Women's Task Force has been closed down, a number of the recommendations that it made have still not been actioned. So those recommendations came from the task force originally. The process is written up into a report, it's looked at by SMT. It then goes to CEC. If everybody's happy with it, that then goes on to Congress and it's accepted by you as delegates. So all of those recommendations have already been accepted by this Congress. They've essentially become the law of this union. But unfortunately, some of them do seem to have been a little bit lost and haven't been actioned yet. So some of the examples of those will be a workplace contacts pack of information that was aimed at women, equality audits across the regions, policies and procedures affecting our women employees, and introducing part-time officer posts. All of those things will be a massive help for women in our union. That's why they've all already been agreed. So it's not really up for debate whether they should happen or not. It's already been decided that it should. But the important thing is that we make sure that they are not lost now the task force is not functioning, and that those recommendations do actually happen moving forward. As Tim said, we've still had 0 general secretaries, 0 regional secretaries of women who were women in our entire 128-year history. The job is not done, and in fact, the only place where you do find a majority of women is right at the bottom, be it the employee structure or the lay member structure. That's the only place where women actually dominate, and I think women are sick of being relegated to the arse end of everything. Let's make sure our union does better with this. I move.
Thank you, Nikki. North Wales and Irish region to second.
Tracy Patrick, North West and Irish region, seconding Composite 3. President Congress, the National Task Force was given a job to do that was to recommend changes to eliminate the hurdles that stood in the way of women's progression, hurdles that were created under representation of women within the union. We welcome that progress has been made, the staff to officer training has been successful and has increased the percentage of women officers, and we welcome the appointments on merit of 2 national female section secretaries. But this work has not been completed as indicated by the number of women present here. Targets for equal representation have not been met. This is one of the recommendations made in previous task force reports that has not yet been reached. Another viewed as not viable was consideration of appointing part-time branch secretaries and officers, which should continue to be open for discussion and placed on agendas of meetings for GMB staff and representatives. The task force will no longer meet, but the work must continue. We cannot be complacent. The work of producing initiatives to increase women representation throughout the union is essential in creating a union that is representative of its members and every woman can play their part. There is a new equality strategy being launched. Let gender balance be the centre to that and women members be actively involved in their branch and GMB structures. Task Force members are proud of their achievements, and this afternoon we'll see the presentation of the second Eleanor Marks Award that was initiated by members of the Task Force. Later on in the year, the first GMB Women's Conference will take place. Let us continue to move forward, not excluding our male members, but working with them as equals to build a union that reflects our membership in society. Please support this motion.
Thank you very much, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy, very much indeed. Can I now ask the movers of, where am I, Mary? 73, older women in the union. I wonder why I was missing that one. GMB Scotland.
President Congress, Julie Gall, GMB Scotland, moving motion 73, older women in the workforce. Not myself. Congress, in the last 25 years, there has been a dramatic increase in the number of older women in employment. Women are living longer, healthier lives, but the increase in the state retirement age means they are also expected to work for longer. In addition to employment issues common to all workers, older women at work can also face specific challenges. Many women, and older women in particular, often have a lot of care and responsibilities. Congress, the present and very real challenge to older working women. As well as holding down their job, many older working women find themselves caring for children, grandchildren, as well as elderly parents. They can be wives, mothers, grandmothers, and daughters, and are expected to provide support to their family in each of these roles. Isn't Gran often the first port of call when a working mum needs support? Older women may have juggled work and family whilst dealing with an employer that isn't sympathetic to their need for flexible working. They have made difficulties acquiring new skills and accessing training and will be dealing with the menopause or age-related health problems. For similar reasons, older women may not be able to fully participate in trade union training and activities in the same way as their male colleagues. GMB has made great progress in encouraging women to participate in our union, but we can do more. For instance, almost half of the GMB Scotland members are women. But we see too few women in senior lay positions working for our union or on our Congress delegation. There is scope to encourage and develop greater involvement of older women, a section of the workforce with experience and great potential. Congress, we know the key to engaging people in conversation is about the union and by talking about the things that matter to them. However, to appeal to the huge number of older women in the workplace, we need to back these conversations up with recruitment materials that focus on specific issues that affect them. Issues like caring, flexible working, training, health, discrimination and equal pay. Congress, please support this motion. Let's do all we can to support, recruit and organise older women in the workplace. I move.
Thank you, Julie. Good to see you. 17, the CEC is supporting, and 75, the CEC supporting. Can I now call June Minery on behalf of the CEC?
74.
Oh. We're supporting it.
Yeah, we'll support it.
Yeah, but I'm not taking the vote yet. Somebody wants to speak on it. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Can Wales and South Western Region please move? 74. Now listen, why is it taking you so long to walk down here? Get on with it.
Hello, Congress. Lorraine de Lazarete, moving motion 74, Women Against the Trade Union Act. President, Congress, the Trade Union Bill, vicious attack, was recognised throughout last year's Congress and will be during this week. The wage freeze between the public sector is the longest since Victorian times. We need to prioritise and enhance our capability to meet the recruiting, organisation and representational challenges created by austerity measures, including cuts, workforce reductions, reorganisations, attacks on facility time and privatisation. Women are being hit by the hardest by the government cuts and by changes that restrict access to justice, like those to the legal aid scheme. It is a vile byproduct of austerity, but above all, it is a political choice. Every year, too many women die as a result of domestic violence. The lack of preventative and support services mean women and their children often suffer in silence. Cuts to local councils have meant fewer options for women to protect themselves and their families. This increasingly desperate situation makes trying to leave a manipulative, abusive partner even harder. But unfortunately, this government has no interest in helping the most vulnerable, and it seems that women are definitely not on top of their list. In the workplace, sex discrimination claims have plummeted by 83%, not because there's been a huge decline in discrimination, but because the direct rise in employment tribunal fees. These force women to pay up front before they can take cases, and it is now much harder to get justice, which leaves unscrupulous employers free to continue and treat workers badly. But Congress, no bill, cut or law will ever stop women in the GMB fighting. We will never stop fighting for those who care about equality in the workplace, about maternity leave and the gender pay gap. Women are the foundation on which the GMB is built. There are many inspiring women in our union structures. The marches, the rallies they have organised throughout the regions. We have seen thousands of women workers take to the streets to show themselves as activists. We will fight a government that wants to erode the quality of life for women and our families and diminish our opportunities to achieve our potential. We need to nurture new women members to come forward as activists and as leaders. We need to recruit new members, improving density and increasing women activist base. Colleagues, we need to raise awareness, to courage, support, help women to self-organise. Please support.
Thank you, Helen. Does GMB... 75. Yeah, no, I want this formally seconded. Formally second? 74? Yeah, can I now ask London Region on 75?
Congress, Saeed Aslam, London Region. Moving motion number 75 on gender equality and tackling poverty. First time delegate, first time. Congress, gender inequality remains a major barrier to human development. The disadvantages facing women and girls are a major source of inequality. Furthermore, there is strong evidence that this inequality perpetuates extreme poverty for women. All too often, women are discriminated against in education, health, political representation, the labour market, and living standards, all of which has negative consequences for development of their capabilities and their freedom of choice. According to a 2016 United Nations Human Development and Gender Inequality Report, their index measures state that gender inequality is not just low in less developed countries like India and Tanzania, but also surprisingly in the UK and US, where it has fallen in rank by 3 and 4 places respectively over the 5 years from 2010 to 2015. Clearly, what this suggests is that gender inequality and poverty is a worldwide issue. Gender-based inequalities of position and power are long-standing. 50 years of policy efforts have secured some important changes, but evidence of sustained progress is lacking, and there are marked signs of regression. Radical change is required to bring about progress towards a world of reduced gender inequality and rectifying this long-term social injustice. Integrated, innovative approaches are needed to address the social and economic barriers that prevent women from achieving equality and empowerment. Critically, governments must be involved in policy intervention to stimulate proactive thinking and steer public policy to overcome systemic disadvantages of women. When women have equal access to education and go on to participate fully in business and economic decision-making, they are a key driving force against poverty. Women with equal rights are empowered. They are better educated, healthier, and have greater access to financial resources. Their increased earning power also raises household incomes. Gender equality also translates into better prospects and greater well-being of children, reducing poverty of future generations. This Congress recognises that poverty is a gender issue and requires the GMB to support the worldwide promotion of gender equality and the empowerment of women. Please support, I move.
Thank you, Seda. Well done. Well done. Can I now call June Minery to give the CEC response on Composite 3, motion 73. Okay, welcome, June.
Thank you. President Congress, June Minery, speaking on behalf of the CEC, responding on Composite 3 and motion 73. The CEC are supporting Composite 3 and motion 73, but with some qualifications. The recommendations in Women's Taskforce reports adopted by Congress in 2014 and 2015 will be worked on with a view to implementation. The Women's Taskforce was established over 3 years ago to do a specific piece of project work, and much progress has been made in removing some of the barriers to the development and progress of women within GMB. The Task Force has reached its natural conclusion, but although the Task Force as a body will no longer meet, future and outstanding work on developing women within GMB will continue and become mainstream, be integral to all that we do, and the work of the Task Force will naturally flow into the GMB Equality Department. This work will include the development of equality policies and materials supporting our women members across all regions, sectors and industries as highlighted in motion 73. The qualifications are that the composite calls for a report to Congress 2017, which is impossible as this motion will only be debated at this Congress. A report to Congress 2018 may be more appropriate. The composite calls for the Women's Task Force to continue until such times that women are equally represented at all levels of the Union, including SMT. Of course, our ultimate aim should be to achieve internal structures that reflect our membership, but we do have some way to go. This will take time, but the crucial point is that we are moving in the right direction. Our culture is changing for the better, but that will only be achieved by good and progressive management with the right commitment. Therefore, Congress, please support Composite 3 and motion 73 with the qualifications I have set out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, June. Can I ask the two regions if they wish to respond to the report from the CEC? No? Thank you very much indeed. So I've now just sacked Tim because he don't need to reply to anything. Can I now put Southern and North West accept the qualification? Congress agree? GMB Scotland accept the qualification on 73? You do, thank you. Can I now put motions 73, 74 and 75? All those in favour, please show. Okay, anyone against? They're carried. Thank you. Can we now move on the employment policy rights? Yeah, I am right. The movers of composite employment policy rights at work. Composite 11, London to move, North West and Irish region to second. And then I will call 151, outdated dress code. God, I'm coming in a bikini next year.
So will I.
President, Congress, Nicola Clouden, London Region, moving Composite 11, Pregnancy and Maternity Related Discrimination, covering motions 149 and 150. Imagine being pregnant. Planned or unplanned, you are carrying another life. With trepidation or excitement, you carefully choose the right moment to inform your employer. To your disbelief, and your employer hits you right between the eyes with, how are you going to look after a baby when you can't even look after yourself? Don't think being pregnant means you don't have to do playground duty. You should have an abortion. Or call your partner calls work on your behalf as you've been suffering with the early effects of the pregnancy to be told, tell your wife if she takes any more time off sick, I will force her to take early maternity leave. These are just a few examples of some of the disgraceful and vile words our members have reported to me that head teachers and other employers have used. Pregnancy and maternity-related discrimination is rife in the workplace. More than 3/4 of mothers surveyed for the Equalities and Human Rights Commission reported discriminatory or negative treatment by their employers. Sadly, only 3% went through the employer's grievance procedure. Reasons for not raising a complaint included fearing the impact on their relationships, their own stress and tiredness, feeling that nothing would change, lack of clear complaint procedures, and the financial cost of raising a complaint. The Equality Act is supposed to protect women during their pregnancy and maternity, and yet employers continue to discriminate and flout legislation, failing to follow basic principles, failing to consult with women, and failing to carry out risk assessments. Employers abuse and use employment laws to their advantage, deliberately providing women with false information, actively promoting an environment of fear, and even making redundancies whilst on maternity leave. Shockingly, 1 in 9 mothers reported being dismissed in 2016. This is around 54,000 women every year losing their jobs due to pregnancy and maternity-related discrimination, a huge increase since the initial 2005 study, and the number will continue to rise unless we make a change. Sadly, for those women who challenge their employer, they often find access to justice being denied as a result of the unfair tribunal fees. The fees are incredibly high and are not always recoverable. It is no good employers hiding behind feeble excuses of restructures or reorganisations as a perverse form of justification. The composite before you seeks to challenge pregnancy and maternity discrimination and sets out proposals to bring about fairness and justice to all working mothers. Congress, please support this composite.
Nikki, thank you. Well done. Good to see you back.
Northwestern Irish, seconding. Lorraine Winson, Northwestern Irish Region, seconding the motion 150 on maternity-related discrimination against women at work. It's an absolute fact that women are discriminated against at work, whether pregnant or whether in the early days of parenthood. The TUC also say that only 1% of the women who are discriminated against in pregnancy will take a claim against their employer. I'm absolutely certain that the only reason for this was the introduction of the tribunal fees by the 2013 Tory government. A report from the Parliamentary Women and Equalities Committee has condemned the government for inaction with this injustice. The same report outlined rising costs associated with challenging an employer as a key barrier to reaching justice and called for a substantial cut to the £1,200 fee that now stands for an employment tribunal. Personally, if I knew any women in work at the moment who were thinking of getting pregnant and having a family, I'd be advising them to join a very good trade union before actually implementing the plans. I ask Congress to call on the government, and let's hope this time next week it's a Labour government, to meet with the TUC's demand that they stop charging pregnant women £1,200 to take a pregnancy discrimination claim to tribunal, and that they also extend the 3 months time limit for young mothers to bring a claim against their employers. Women are suffering discrimination in the workforce on an industrial scale, and too many are now forced to suffer in silence. I second. Congress, please support.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorraine. Does anyone wish to speak against? No? Okay, thank you. Jackie, welcome. 151. Yep.
Jackie Ingley, Birmingham and West Midlands region, moving motion 151. President Congress. Many bosses still order women to look sexy at work, an MP's inquiry found. The probe heard from hundreds of female staff who were told to dye their hair blonde and wear revealing outfits. Others describe long-term health problems from wearing high heels for long periods. The inquiry followed the case of Nicola Thorpe, who was sent home from her temp job for not wearing heels from 2 to 4 inches in height. She branded her treatment outdated and sexist, and more than 150,000 people signed her petition. A Commons report says the incident is not isolated, and laws protecting women are not up to scratch, and fines for such firms should be substantially increased. Discriminatory dress codes were widespread, despite being unlawful. It is clear there are not enough incentives to prevent employers breaching the law. The report appertains to our male colleagues as well, where they are told what to wear. Congress, we need to change this attitude. Please support, I move.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you. Does anyone else wish to speak against? No. Birmingham region, formally. Second. Thank you very much. Congress agree? Can I now put Composite 11 and motion 151 to the vote? All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move across the page. Can I ask employment policy? 50, London region to move, and Midland and East Coast on 51.
President, Congress, John Wood, London Region, moving motion 50, calling for Home Office support and renewal of visa. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. The Home Office has a 28-day limit on renewal of work visas. Unfortunately, a late application outside the time limit will automatically put the individual in as an illegal. As Section 3C in a renewal visa application only applies if the new visa application was made prior of the expiry of the old visa. This can only be done 1 week prior to the expiry date. However, if the failed to miss a deadline but still submit a renewal after the expiry date, you're at risk being dismissed from your working position despite the application still being processed. It will be late. The late submission makes the individual an overstayer for the duration of renewal. Despite supporting the visa, it is now in process of the Home Office. The employee can use this information to dismiss individually as fear of being fined by the Home Office for technically employing an overstayer individually. The dismissal of a work-related but more about the person now being technically a legal immigrant. Some have married, some have renewed with indefined leave to remain. Surely dismissal is in this way goes against the Human Rights Act, as we have removed the rights to be represented for unfair dismissal by definition of being illegal. Submitting a late visa application should not discriminate against by removing a basic right. A racial overview by the Home Office on visa renewals with protection of rights to continue within the working environment until late visa process is required. Therefore, the GMB seeks an employment law to add a wording, unfair dismissal, also by visa overstays if less than 3 months of renewal to be deemed unfair dismissal. Protective rights by visa overstays of less than 3 months plus the Home Office system of renewing a visa requires a radical protective review due to the current climate. Congress, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Well done. Does London Region formally... Was he?
It was with qualification.
Oh. Okay. Midland and East Coast Region?
The second. It's with qualification, I believe.
Listen, you know better.
I believe it was with
Go
qualification. President Congress, Jonathan Cole's London Region seconding this motion. Imagine you've come to this country a long time ago. You're granted leave to remain and you've been happily working as a teaching assistant. You see a job advertised in a local neighbouring school. You know this is rare due to budget cuts, so you decide to apply before you face redundancy at your current school. You get the job, the next thing you get a letter to say you must refrain from work because you've not got a new biometric passport. Oh, and by the way, this will take several months to process. So, in order to not be classed as an overstayer, you're forced to travel from London to Sheffield and pay £2,000 to have it fast-tracked. That's a money-making exercise for the Home Office. All unnecessary because employees were told of the change and should have passed it on. Well, fortunately, my member is now back at work, unfortunately, not in a financial mess. Oh, and as she was from Australia, a country May wants to trade with post-Brexit. What does that say? Congress, our members who have legally worked for years should not be treated like this. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Jonathan. Does anyone wish to speak against? No. Thank you, Congress. Can I now call Sheila Beecroft? 151 Midland and Region. I'm ahead of my time. And then Sheila.
Brenda Clark, Middle and East Coast Region, moving motion 51, organisation of welfare rights within the GMB structure. First time delegate, first time speaker. President Congress, the motion that I'm placing before conference today is fundamental to the survival of most of our communities and has in effect proved a saviour in the community that I live in. Unfair dismissal, constructive dismissal, extended illness, employer-employee relations, all the things that we are known for, with teams of solicitors, experts on employment law, we are one of the best. But what happens when members are awaiting decisions on these cases? Many of our members are used to being in work, used to receiving a regular pay packet, and what happens when this is taken away? Who do they turn to for advice? Who can tell them what they are entitled to? Who, in short, can guide them through the minefield of the benefit system? It's my belief that the union should provide this support. A lot of our members who are going through employment problems are struggling financially and are looking for advice. Many of them are completely ignorant of the benefit system, and many of them who have worked all their lives don't even know how to go about claiming benefit and are suffering because of this. We in Nottingham No. 1 branch are very fortunate having access to a local charity, Social Inclusion, that runs a weekly drop-in clinic to everyone needing help, and the GMB use them for our local and in some cases not so local members who are given free, independent advice and practical help. They will fill in necessary forms, advise them on what they should be claiming, and if necessary, representing them at tribunals. They have represented local members with a very high success, and these people did not know who to turn to. And it's only because of my personal involvement with the charity and the man who runs it. Job seekers, employment support allowance, personal independent payment. Can we guide members through this? Not at the moment, but we do need to address it. I believe every branch should have someone to call on for the information and take what we have in No. 1 and produce it nationwide. Our members need this and they have nowhere to turn. In the last year alone, 50 of our local members received the support of Social Inclusion and have secured over £750,000 for GMB members and the community. And in the majority of those cases, we're totally unaware of their rights through ignorance and lack of information. We should be providing them with the information. We should be supporting them through the sometimes tortuous process of claiming, and we should be doing this at a regional and branch level. We're very fortunate at No. 1 as we have social inclusion to call on, but what we are doing should not be the exception, and I would urge all branches and regions to look at seeking out kind of support. Please support this motion. I move.
President, Congress, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Cheers. My name is Pritpal Singh from Midland and East Coast region. I'm seconding motion 51, the organisation of welfare rights within the GMB structure. Congress, it's very important that the GMB has a structure in place that will advise and support and represent GMB members on all welfare rights and any other matters of concern. If members are unfortunate that they experience a termination of their employment, there should be some kind of support in place to help navigate what can be quite a complex welfare system. Supporting this motion will provide a much needed service and fill a gap that exists at present. This will help in retaining membership and build on GMB's excellent reputation as a caring trade union that looks after those members at what might be a difficult time for families and individuals. I second.
Anyone wish to speak against? No? Thank you. Can I now call Sheila Bearcroft to speak on behalf of the CC? Sheila?
Thank you, President. President Congress, Sheila Bearcroft, responding on behalf of the CC on motions 50 and 51. Firstly, motion 50 on work visas. Congress, we note that amendments to immigration rules, which came into effect from November the 24th, 2016, removed the 28-day grace period and replaced it with more restrictive provisions of 14 days. This grace period gave employers a window during which they could carry out investigations and establish if dismissals were necessary once the grace period was over. Under the old system, the employee retained the right to work while the Home Office decision is pending. However, under the current rules, with a reduced period, employers can dismiss workers within a shorter time frame. The CEC supports the call in the motion for reinstatement of the 28-day rule for those who overstay, but are asking for the motion to be referred for further investigation on a possible campaign or what might be the case after the general election. Turning to motion 51 on welfare rights. Congress, we are asking for this motion to be withdrawn. A similar motion was submitted to Congress in 2016, then withdrawn by the region. We understand that trade unions play an important role in assisting and advising their members, and that many low-paid workers are unaware of what benefits they are entitled to. But Congress, this is a highly complex area requiring specialist advice. Providing advice on welfare rights to communities and the public has primarily been the role of the Citizens Advice Bureau, who have trained advisors and specialists who are kept up to date with the latest changes in the welfare benefits and services. The motion is asking GMB to take on this role and develop welfare rights within our organisation. Firstly, we are unsure as to what the resource implications might be. Secondly, GMB does not have the skills or experience to offer this service, nor would it fit necessarily in our structures. The motion also asks us to affiliate to organisations to assist in this. Well, GMB already affiliates nationally to the Child Poverty Action Group, CPAG, a welfare rights organisation. In addition, we offer a limited service to our members as regions have access to the CPAG Welfare Rights Handbook. LRD also produce an excellent guide on state benefits, which all GMB members have online access to. I cannot stress enough that this is a highly specialised area which may require casework, etc. And we need to be careful about the consequences of giving inaccurate advice to vulnerable members. To recap, Congress, the CEC is asking you to refer motion 50, and if motion 51 is not withdrawn, then we have to ask you to oppose it. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Sheila. Well done. London Region and Midland Region, do you wish to respond to the CEC report? No? I thank you very... Who's... Come on in. Have I called it? Who is it?
President Congress, CEC are wrong.
Hey, hang on. Name and region.
Sorry. Vaughan Thomas, London Region. Former Citizens Advice Bureau welfare rights worker made redundant due to austerity. So much for referring to CABs. It's wrong. It is specialist, but we have the training We can do it. I've been doing it. It's not that in depth. I'm not a lawyer. CABs train their volunteers. These are just ordinary people, just like us, who are giving that advice. That advice is not there anymore. That specialism is not there. When I was giving advice and representing people, the benefit gains to my clients, £380,000 in 1 year. That's a benefit to not just a local residents, that's a benefit to the local businesses. That money didn't go into Pepsi, ISAs and offshore bank accounts. It went into local shops. We've got to be active in this area, and there's a lot of people in our union in this room who are reliant on housing benefit, disability benefits, PIPs, ISAs, whatever. We need to be supporting this. I disagree with the CEC completely.
London Region, you were responding to 50. Bourne, 51. I hadn't called that. The region comes first, let me tell you. So anyway, that's your last shot. Can I ask Midland Region if they wish to respond to the CEC? Andy? No? Thank you very much. Does anyone else wish to speak against? No? Thank you very much indeed. I've got a line over there I don't think I've called, but there we are. Before I move to the vote, can I inform delegates that 121, North Western Irish Region, 122, South Western Region, 123, Southern Region, I've had more gin, and I will move to Composite 9, Southern Region to move, and second. 128, Southern Region, and 129, London Region, and 130, Trouble, Yorkshire Region. Okay, so come to the front and be prepared. Thank you. Going back to the vote. London Region, do you accept reference? Yes? Thank you. Congress agree? Thank you. 151, does Midland and East Coast seek withdrawal? The CECs, you're not? So we will put it to the vote, and the CEC are asking you to vote against. Sorry, Andy. That's the system. So now, 151, 150, all those in favour, please show. No, I must take the vote on 50. All those in favour, please show. I'll have standing orders on my back. Anyone against? That's carried. Okay, thank you. 51, Midland and East Coast will not accept withdrawal. We are asking you to vote against. All those on 51 who support, please show. God, I'll have to get another pair of glasses. Hands up then, quick. Those against? I think I got tongue-tied there. That is carried. One up, Mandy, one up. Congress agree? Hands up. Congress agree? Thank you very much indeed. Can I now move to 121, North West and Irish Region, to move and second?
President, Congress, Matt Denton, North Western Irish Region, first time delegate, first time speaker. Moving motion 121, scrap the Trade Union Act. The government's attack on unions through the Trade Union Act is the harshest and most draconian change to collective labour law since the 1980s. Even prior to the Act, the UK had some of the weakest employment rights in Europe. The provisions already implemented represent a massive attack on workers and their unions. The media attention has been on new thresholds for industrial action balloting. Unions were already subject to onerous rules in conducting legal strike ballot, providing enormous scope for employers to legally challenge the credibility of ballots, putting workers and unions at risk. These further restrictions introduced by the latest Act are unjust and vindictive. There are a number of other changes in the Act in the areas like the political fund, facility time and check-off that will have further detrimental effects on unions. This, of course, is their purpose at a time when the hostile political climate makes a strong union base in the workforce even more important. And we haven't even got to Brexit yet. The bonfire of rights that will break out if Theresa May is able to lie her way to a so-called mandate for hard Brexit must be resisted at all costs. Trade unions are a force for good and a force for fairness. Fewer days than ever are lost through industrial action, far fewer than are lost through illness and injuries caused at work. This Act represents a partisan desire to weaken trade unions to the point where it becomes almost impossible for workers to defend their interests and dignity. Deliberately undermining workers' organisations is part of a deliberate attempt to increase the inequality that has already done so much to damage our communities. I call on you, Congress, first of all, to campaign for the repeal of this invidious legislation, but taking us back to the situation we were in before this Act, with the weakest employment rights in Europe, is not enough. I further call on Congress to seek the enshrinement of workers' rights in law, including the introduction of mandatory collective bargaining and safeguards to ensure the rights of employees to withdraw their labour without fear of being sacked or prevented by a court from taking this action. Collective action has given us weekends, maternity leave, sick pay, and an end to child labour. No wonder they want to take it away from us. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Well done. Northern Region, Northern West, are you seconding or formally? I should know better.
Davy Gray, North Western Irish Region, seconding motion 121, scrap the Trade Union Act. President, Congress, isn't it ironic that here we are celebrating 100 years of GMB Congress and we're facing attacks that reduce trade union rights to less than we enjoyed all those years ago? The Tories tell us that the Act's designed to protect people from undemocratic strike action, but we all know it's there to serve the interests of big business, who after all are the paymasters of the Conservative Party. And the law is solely designed to make it problematic for trade unions to take industrial action by changing the ballot thresholds and attacking facility time, making it much more difficult for us to represent our members. However, although many of the threats have been greatly reduced, this government has left space for secondary legislation to be introduced at a later date. And this, I'm sure, when they're confident that they have public opinion on their side, they will ramp up attacks on legitimate trade union activity. colleagues, it's not just our ability to negotiate local wages and conditions for our members that are attacked by this, but also our attempts to defend our services, especially the NHS, which are constantly under threat from this government, and the Trade Union Act will help them do that. Therefore, we call upon the GMB and the wider trade union movement to strenuously resist this unnecessary and unjust Trade Union Act and protect the rights of working people in this country. I second.
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Can I now ask South Western Region to move 122? The CEC is supporting.
Rebecca Dawkins, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Motion number 122, Trade Union Act in Wales, Wales and South West Region. Moving motion 122. President, Congress, as well we all know, the GMB campaigned forcibly and strongly against the hostile provisions of the Trade Union Act. Some of the most aggressive proposals relating to picketing, the use of social media in trade disputes, the abolition of check-off, and the restrictions on the use of union funds for political purposes were also the subject of a climb down as the government came under huge pressure to water down their original proposals. However, what is left by way of the legislation introduced will still make it harder for unions and their members to take strike action, particularly by the way of the requirement for specific thresholds to be met in order for action to become lawful. Similarly, the provisions of the Act represent an unjustified and unnecessary intrusion by the state into the freedom of association and assembly of union members and make it more difficult for individuals to exercise the rights and entitlements that have existed in the workplace. The Act amounts to an ideological attack upon the rights and freedoms of workers in this country and will undoubtedly cause significant damage to fair and effective industrial relations. Contrast the motives of Westminster Government with the then position of their regional counterparts in Wales, where there operates the successful model of centralised dialogue between government, employers and the trade unions, avoiding the creation of a highly conflictual industrial relations system. The Welsh Assembly has a statutory duty to consult with the trade unions where the exercise of its functions impacts upon our interests, so there is an opportunity at a full social partner level to raise issues of concern with ministers, discuss key policy developments and generally engage in discussions on matters relevant to the members that we represent. It is that partnership approach, Congress, that has both inspired and been reflected in the opposition of the Welsh Government to the application of specific terms of the Act to devolved Welsh public services. The notion of partnership at work might well have become widely embraced in the United Kingdom in the past 20 years or so, but usually without any acceptance of the principle of the union involvement and influence. However, in Wales, the tripartite agreement mirrors some of the European partnership styles, which permits a wide range of economic, industrial and social policies to be determined. There is a consensus view that the Act, if implemented, would be detrimental to the interest of Welsh public services and those who both deliver and access them. Hence, the decision taken that the Assembly Government has competence legislatively to ensure the continued and effective delivery of public services and to support the social partnership agenda with the facilities provision of the same... I'm running out of time, sorry. Congress, it is not perfect, but the Welsh model works for us, and we call upon the CEC to both commend and support the objective of repealing this heinous legislation from a Welsh perspective. We also ask that GMP campaigns, as appropriate, to provide a similar level of legislative competence to other devolved administrations.
Please wind up.
Congress, I move.
Thank you. Sorry. Can I now? Southern Region 1, 2, 3 to the mover. And if there is a seconder, please come forward or formally.
Hello, President, Congress. My name is Charlotte Butterick from the Brussels branch of Southern Region. This is my first Congress and my first time speaking. I'm moving a motion on the restoration of a regulated and institutionalised labour market. This motion calls for hostile actions by employers that interfere with the human rights of workers to join trade unions and to seek collective bargaining to be classed as a criminal offence and punished accordingly. In many companies and organisations today, we are increasingly seeing trade union rights come under threat. No worker should have to stay underground for fear of retribution and loss of employment. We must therefore put an end to employers who carry out anti-union practices and get away without impunity. In 2007, GMB settled strike action at Asda distribution depots on being allowed to have ballots at 12 depot centres on union recognition. Subsequently, GMB won all 12 ballots and 90% of members voted in favour. As a result, GMB now has a national collective bargaining agreement at Asda distribution depots. Joining a trade union is a basic right for all workers, something which is respected in many international conventions. We must therefore clamp down on employer hostility, which, quite frankly, is a fully freighted attack on the rights of the working classes in Britain. These can no longer be tolerated. Tackling hostility, enabling collective bargaining and strengthening workers' rights should be an absolute priority for an incoming Labour government. Congress, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Well done. Seconder or formally? Thank you so much. Can I move to Composite 9, changes to employment tribunal process? Southern to move and second. The CEC are supporting.
Hello, President, Congress. I'm Robert Melchorio, Southern Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. I'm proposing on behalf of the Southern Region, Composite 9, motions 125, 126, and 127, changes to the employment tribunal system. Introduction of fees has already made access to the employment tribunal more difficult for the vast majority of workers. We ask the GMB to support opposing any further attempts by this government to replace the current systems with portal systems in its attempt to digitize the employment tribunal process. These decisions by the government to further change the process, it's purposefully in its attempt to lessen the impact on the employers by deterring workers from even commencing to seek justice through an employment tribunal. Ignoring the fact that workers may not even have access to a computer, it then assumes that they will have the ability to go through numerous extra levels imposed by a government determined to prevent judicial openness. Workers will now find, if they navigate their way through those new and unfair changes, that they may have to go through a further hurdle and suffer from any intervention by a legally untrained and inexperienced caseworker. All this will diminish our members' rights to potentially have their day in court. I therefore ask the Congress supports the motion to oppose those changes proposed by this government. Thank you.
Well done, Robert. Well done. As the CEC are supporting, can I ask that we formally second? Yes, Mary. Formally? Thank you very much indeed. One to 8, Southern Region, to taxation of injury to feelings and compensation.
Good morning, Congress. Adam Hughes, Southern Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Moving motion 128, taxation of injury to feelings compensation. President, Congress and visitors. The wording of this motion is self-explanatory, but I want to point out that where a GMB member suffers injury to feeling because of the way that they're discriminated against in their workplace, their feelings are often very injured as a result, and often the tribunals and courts can award injury to feeling compensation. However, this Tory government is now proposing to tax any compensation received for injury to feeling. As you may already know, injury to feeling compensation can only be awarded where there's medical evidence to show that the individual has suffered mentally or physically. The proposed legislation is immoral and should not be allowed through Parliament. And if it does get through the legal process, the GMB and us fellow comrades should campaign to have it abolished. I move motion 128. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you. And as the CC is supporting, can I ask the region to formally second? Thank you. Anyone wish to speak against? No? Okay. 129, Justice in Employment, London Region.
President. Congress, Vaughan Thomas this time. London Region, moving motion 129, Justice and Employment Tribunals. Congress, according to government data, more than a third of successful claimants at employment tribunals never receive any compensation and less than half are paid in full. Where's the justice in that? A couple of examples for you from the press. A chap sacked from working in a call centre in Liverpool who complained about his girlfriend being sexually harassed by a team leader. He felt he had to do something about it and he lost his job because of it. He took the case to an employment tribunal and was awarded £40,000, but the employer went into liquidation. Another case reported in the press. A woman working in an ice cream parlour in Weymouth lost her job the day after telling her employer that she was pregnant. Also took the case to an employment tribunal to be awarded £28,000 because she was unlawfully discriminated against on the grounds of her sex. Her employer liquidated the company and transferred its assets into a sister company with slightly a different name, but operating from the same address, still selling ice creams. Can't be right. Can't be right. Congress. Can I say something that's going to sound a little bit controversial? Limited companies don't sack anyone. It's people that do this. Not some disembodied, abstract entity called a limited company. But of course, these people carry out what can only be described as a confidence trick on society, on employees, on our members. We're told it's not the manager or director that's the employer, but the company, hence allowing bad employers, in inverted commas, to walk away from their legal responsibilities when it's bad managers and or bad directors. We know who's responsible, and they should be made to pay and be done with this convoluted legalese that amounts to little more than an argument about the emperor's clothes. Congress, it can't be just be me that notices that they aren't wearing anything. We know who wants to deny our members the justice they deserve, and it can't be allowed to go on. By denying employees and our members the justice that even the legal system itself says they should receive is to bring that legal system into disrepute. This is a path to anarchy that undermines the very institutions that employers need as much as our members do. But it isn't working at the moment, other than for bad employers, that is, bad managers and bad directors, shirking their responsibilities towards the likes of me and thee. Congress, the GMB needs to campaign to exempt tribunal decisions from limited liability protection. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Vaughan. London Region, formally seconding or not? Okay, carry on.
Sharon Wilson, London Region, second motion 129. President, Congress. Even the Government Insolvency Service admits there could be hundreds of these cases every week. where claimants have been awarded thousands of pounds but not yet received a penny. However, they will not do anything about it because they say the costs outweigh the benefits. It is now time for us all to take action and insist the government look at ways to tighten the laws preventing employers getting away with this. Congress, support this motion. I second.
Well done. Well done, Sharon. Yeah, you can come back tomorrow. Anyone wish to speak against? No? Well done. Thank you. 130, small claims limit, Yorkshire. I'm docking your time for clapping.
Cindy Gavin, Yorkshire North Derbyshire region, moving motion 130, small claims limit. President, Congress. At present, our civil court system for small claims means that the person responsible for inflicting injury or harm pay the full cost of the court fees, and quite rightly so as well. However, this government want to change all that. Not only do they want to cap the small claims at £5,000, they're going to ask the poor person, the victim, to cover all the costs of the legal fees, either through taking this from their claim or incurring extra costs at their own expense. Isn't it bad enough to have suffered injury or harm at the hands of somebody else that can not only be physical but also mental, but then to ask them to endure the worry and stress of thinking how much it's going to cost to get justice? Congress, if this reform goes ahead, insurers are the only ones to profit. The Treasury will lose £135 million a year. The person injured loses. Savings made by the insurers will not be passed on to us, the consumer. Again, the fat cats win. Congress, we ask you to support this motion. We ask that you oppose the small claims limit. We ask that you oppose the reform that means the victim pays. And we call upon all GMB-sponsored MPs to lobby and support this motion. I move. Thank you.
Well done, Cindy. As the CEC are supporting, I ask you to formally second. Well done, Yorkshire. You can come back. Okay. Anyone wish to speak against? No? Thank you. You throw your voice well. Okay, Congress agree? Can I now call John Phillips to speak on behalf of the CEC? John? While John is coming up, I'd like to thank him for the support he's been giving me and this week. Thank you, John.
John Phillips, speaking on behalf of the CEC, and Mary, can I say on behalf of everyone in the region how good it is to see you at the helm today.
Thank you.
It really is.
Thank you, John.
Congress, the CEC asks you to support motions 121 and 123 respectively, with a qualification, and to refer motion 129. Dealing first with motion 121, GMB has long-standing policy going back to the 1980s to oppose anti-union legislation, and has most recently called for the Trade Union Act 2016 to be repealed. The qualification, Congress, is that in supporting those threatened by the legislation, this should always be without exposing GMB members, the union, or the union's employees to the risk of legal action. The CEC also supports the establishment of a new framework of labour law and wishes to explore the ideas put forward in the motion alongside ideas presented by academic organisations such as CLASS and the Institute of Employment Rights, before adopting any formal policy. However, Congress, the motion is a useful contribution towards stimulating debate on this subject. Turning now to motion 123, GMB also has long-established policy to oppose the threat to freedom of association posed by both the state and indeed by employers. Motion 123 considers this by looking at the particularly vulnerable position of migrant workers and employees. The CEC supports, therefore, the call for effective sanctions. The qualification, Congress, here is that the CEC would wish to explore the issue of criminal penalties proposed in the context of our overall policy in this particular area. The experiences that we've had in the blacklisting litigation particularly have highlighted existing weaknesses in protection, together with deficiencies in the protection from victimization of our workplace representatives, which fall far short of the requirements of ILO Recommendation 143. Finally, Congress, dealing with Motion 129, the CEC is fully aware of the problems highlighted in the motion of enforcing tribunal awards where the employer goes into receivership. The CEC is asking for this motion to be referred, as it believes it would be useful to review the rules on insolvency matters before adopting policy, taking into account especially that the economy has changed fundamentally and dramatically since the present rules were put in place many years ago. The growth of the gig economy and the complex employer structures that go with it present new challenges in preventing employer avoidance of employment rights themselves. So in summary, Congress, the CEC is therefore asking you to support motions 121 and 123 with the qualifications outlined and to refer motion 129. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I now call on North West and Irish Region on 121, Southern Region to come to the rostrum if they so wish. I won't push you. And London Region, do you accept the CEC report? Will you please come to the rostrum?
No, he's accepting reference.
Huh?
He's accepting reference.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that. You're accepting the reference.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak against? No? Well, move to the vote. North West, accept qualification on 121. All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? That's carried. Southern Region, accept qualification on 123. All those in favour, please show. Anyone against? That's carried. London Region, accept reference on 129. Does Congress accept? Yes. I now put motions 121, 122, 123, Composite 9, 128 and 130 to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're carried. Thank you very much indeed. Congress, I now move on, and just a quick message from our General Secretary, Tim.
Thanks very much, Mary. Due to events yesterday, national campaigning for all parties has been suspended, but local campaigning still goes on. And here in Plymouth, we have two great candidates who we really need to see elected in the form of Sue Dan and Luke Pollard. A number of delegates have asked whether any Labour campaigning has been organised, and Ben Cook from our Midland and East Coast region has offered to coordinate campaigning for visitors across the next 3 days for delegates outside of Congress business, of course. So if you'd like to sign up and go out on the campaign trail, please see Ben. He'll be at the National Office stand out at the front there during this lunchtime. Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, Tim. Is that agreed, colleagues? Thank you very much indeed. Congress, I now move to lunch. Thank God, says you. The only designated smoking area is outside the main front doors to the left-hand side. Please note, Mary gave up smoking last year. I won't be joining her. Many years too late. Could I please remind you to pick up your delegate's gift, T-shirt from the Ethical Trade stand in the exhibition hall, and your special edition of whiskey. Yeah. Congress, we will have 1 hour for lunch. After lunch, we will take pensions and internationals after the awards. Congress agree? Thank you very much. That concludes Congress for this morning. As there are no fringe meetings, please be back in the hall promptly. Thank you, colleagues.
2:15, everybody, please. 2:15. Thank you.